Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Do Junyoung, the head of the Center for Ambitious Failure of KAIST. 소리가 안 들리는데? So I think we have a high expectation about this event. So we are going to talk about failure today. Failure is very relevant to our life, and through the failure experience, we get to learn a lot. And that gives us momentum to move forward in our life. We have 5 speakers. So we are going to share their experience of failure and what lessons they have learned from that experience. Our seminar will last till 4 o'clock. Hope that you will stay put till then. The first session is about questioning the meaning of failure. Now, let me invite the first speaker. He's a professor, Kyoungchul. He's the professor of mechanical engineering of KAIST. He's head CEO of the ENG robots. He got the gold medal at the wearable robot category of the Cyber Robot Olympics, Cyborgs, and he got a lot of prizes. And so he has a lot of prestigious award experience, as you know pretty well. It has been introduced in the booklet, including the Ministry of Science and ICT Minister's Award. So we look forward what experience he's gonna share about failure. So let's invite him first. I'm Kyoungchul of KAIST. I'm teaching at the Mechanical Engineering Department. I've been asked to give a lecture at this seminar, and I thought a lot about it, and I didn't know what to say. I wanted to ask the director of the CAF what I should be presenting today. Anyway, I failed in choosing the title. I won the medals at the international contest. And I have many success experience. So it seems a little bit awkward to counterintuitive to be talking about failure. But anyway, I decided to share my story with you, my personal experience. I have never thought a lot about the meaning of the success or failure. We talk about failure a lot. And some people think that the failure is something that is acting as a dramatize the success of a successful people. And I thought about, is there any criteria what determines success or failure? I've been asking myself, whether I failed in my experience. So I was uncertain what I should be telling you for my success or failure story. When I'm not sure about it, I Google it first. That's my habit. So I Googled failure. So I looked into the Google dictionary. Failure is failing in what you're doing. And I looked at what I did wrong in my life by looking at the in the dictionary's definition. So I also searched Wikipedia for the meaning of failure. And he said that failure is a state where you're unable to achieve what you have originally intended. So reversely, if you achieve something that you have originally intended, then that means success. So people, when they live life, they succeed, but they made a lot of mistakes. So they go through a lot of trials and errors. And you go through a lot of adversities in your life. And this makes you have hard time in your life. And through many, so it said I looked at what the target is. It is a state or the job that enables you to code a certain process to reach the goal that you want. So I try to arrive my own definition of failure. And it said that it is a state where you are unable to reach the goal you have intended ultimately through by going through a certain process. So by looking at this meaning, I try to figure out what I have failed to achieve in my life to determine what failure experience I had in my life. So I question myself, what kind of work or the state that I ultimately wanted to achieve. And oh, it seems like when I achieve the goal, it seems like I'm successful. But if I fail to achieve it, then I may seem to have failed in my life. So 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 at this CAF, I need to determine what are the goals in my life and when I should be defining when I set my goal in my life. So I looked back in my life. I am making robots at the mechanical engineering department. And I think, no, I looked in the history of my life. And in Korea, people look at the position of the number 9, years of age ending in 9. And in my first year ending in 9, it began with the worry about the death. And it seems there was a lot of so when in my early age, I had a very huge traffic accident, and I was hospitalized for 2 months. And I was in the hospital ward with many children. I was in a coma, and I was put in a situation where I thought about what's the meaning of death. And under that situation, and at that time, I thought seriously about what's the meaning of death because of my almost fatal experience from a traffic accident. So And by the
So I had to receive rehabilitation treatment, and we had difficulties with my brother being disabled. So our family was really in a bad situation economically and financially. So you might think I was really depressed, but that was not necessarily the case because I found a hobby that I really liked, which was making robots. So it wasn't so bad as you may imagine because I was making different robots one after another. So I was spending time rather okay. I had many ideas when I was a child. This is an old picture. I was awarded a first prize in a nationwide competition of making robots, robot competition. So the financial hardship continued for my family. So I started to worry about making money. That was one of my biggest concerns when I was younger. So when I was 19, all I thought about was making money, how to make money, because I felt responsible to earn money quickly and to give my family money and get them out of the financial difficulties. So that was the responsibility I was feeling back then. Could you give me a notice of time so I can so I don't lose track of time? Okay, thank you. So I loved making things. And as a child, I spent a lot of time making things. So I wanted to go on to an engineering high school because I wanted to learn about technology. I wanted to get a job at big companies. That was my first failure. I set a goal to enter an engineering school. And I wanted to get a lot of certifications and qualifications. And my homeroom teacher was really angry at me, and he was fiercely opposed of me going to entering the engineering high school. So that was sort of my first major experience in life. Apologies for the interpreting booth. The sound quality is really poor, so um, I have to talk to the organizer. So I'll be back in a moment. Apologies. So I got a job at the company called LG Lifestyle Research Institute. The person in the middle, there, somewhere in the middle, There is myself. So I learned a lot of things here doing the internship. That was a chance for me to make preparations for my future. Well, I learned a big lesson from the company, and I joined a smaller company, a startup called Oxus. It was a startup. So I got an internship here, and I had many goals and uh, achievements in mind, and I was always hungry, and I was really passionate, and I was thinking a lot. And this is one of the data sets that I saw back then. It was around 1988 when the Olympics was held in Seoul and the nation was developing really rapidly. So, as I said, I was experiencing a major crisis in life, and I saw this data on the internet. So I saw, and it was shocking to me that there were 10 major top conglomerates, and it was about the average number of years and average wages of those top companies. But when you look at the detail, there are many different kind of jobs. And some of the employees were working longer than others. And it was shocking to me that because I thought it was a dream job to get to work in a big company, but I was shocked to find that it was not the case for many people. So I saw this data and decided that this is what I want. This is not what I want to worry about with my life. So I set the second major goal of my life, which was to become a professor. So the world was changing and I was changing.
And there was no breakthrough I could see in my life. And there is money that to be earned at a certain age, and I could not calculate it. And It's not a matter of whether I have the passion to do it or not, but so I need to kind of find a new solution that I have never tried before. And the goal I set to myself is something very different from what I've tried before. And then I tried to search for the graduate school where I can study my master's. And at the Alma Mater, Sukyoung University, I had a chance to be sent abroad, overseas. And that was the first time, that was like back in like 2003, where I first flew abroad. And that changed my life a lot. I studied very hard. And I was given a good grades as a result. And I was admitted to the graduate school. And with my teacher at the guiding professor, I had my major set, and I talked with him a lot about my major, and I thanked him about giving me the opportunity to do the research together with him. And I was I had to try something really hard, and the first thing I tried is to make a chair suspension design and control. And it was not an easy job to do. And also I did the nano stage controller, and this is a processor and there was a project involving the fixing this controller, and I was involved in this kind of a project in the master's program. But the time when I was in the master's program did not allow me to be able to fully focus on a master's degree because there was a dot-com bubble at the time. And well, the situation was not easy. And there was another project involving the walking aid wearable robot project. And I volunteered to be involved in this project. And my professor said yes. And I was given the job of making this robot. And in 2004, while I was in the master's program, I was given a chance to go abroad and tour the university. When I mentioned to my professor that I want to be a professor later, and he looked at my research subject, and he said that I'm too tilted toward the practical side. He said that you need to work on theoretical side to complement and make theoretical side. And this is a school called Berkeley University. And Berkeley University is very strong in theoretical side of the wearable robot. And I was so impressed and so happy to be there. And I even got all the contact numbers of the professors working there because I want to keep contact with the mechanical engineering professors in the university, Berkeley University. I still remember in February 2006, I got the UC Berkeley admission letter. That was I was dreaming of. I was so happy. And it seemed like all happy things will happen in my life. I was admitted to the school that I dreamed of. But the worry was that I didn't have the money to buy a one-way ticket to the United States. Because as I told you before, I was in economic difficulties continuously. So back in university, I thought of applied for a military service in the university to be away from the worry of the maintaining livelihood. But there was one reason to be exempted from the military service, which is when you're too poor enough to be unable to maintain, keep your livelihood when you're away, you're being exempted from the military duty. So I was exempted. And the military organization told me that my livelihood is very difficult to justify me to be in the military. Anyway, I was admitted to an internship at the algorithm controlling a tester for the auto collision automobile collision development company. And I was did an intern and earned money from January to June 2006 to my earn money to so that I can stay and study in the US and get my flight ticket. I so anyway, in the end, I was able to fly to the United States to do study at the UC Berkeley in August 2006. And at that time, I think it was a small instance, maybe, to look back at it. I made a failure. And in the UC Berkeley, and everything is involved nano, like the manufacturing, for example. So seemed to me that I should major I felt a lot of pressure to study and major in nano. I told you that I love making robots, that I choose my major. But in the United States, the robot industry was on a downhill and it was declining. And some people even said that if you go to major in mechanical engineering, your life will be you will fail. And people say that control engineering and mechanical engineering would make you fail. So unfortunately, I did not go to the robot, the professor who major in a robot, but I decided to major in the nano area instead, nano engineering area instead. But luckily enough, if I look back, all 6 professors in the nano engineering declined to accept me. So I had no choice but to choose the robot engineering, even though it was not a popular subject to choose at the time. So I was able to study with the original professor of the humanoid robots, everyone knows, at the KAIST University.
So I chose robot, but not humanoid, but wearable robots. I majored in wearable robots in my master's degree, so I chose wearable robots again to dig deeper in the wearable robots. So I went to different places in America, from hair shop to ski resorts. So these are some of the experiences that I had in America. The first picture is Yosemite National Park. It was my first visit in August 2007. I made a speech at NI Week. And in May 2009, I was awarded with the PhD degree. So I entered the university in 2006. So it was in about 3 years that I completed my doctoral degree. So I wanted to become a professor. So after completing my degree program, having a PhD does not guarantee you the position of professor. So I made 18 applications, and then I had 5 interviews, and I joined Sukyoung University as an assistant professor of mechanical engineering at the age of 29 in 2011. So after I joined Sukyoung University for 3 years, I really worked hard. My mother and many people say that if you study hard, your life will get easier later on. But I can guarantee you, if you study hard, you will be able to set your own goals, but it does not mean life is easier. Well, let me tell you, you should live your life to the fullest with your best. So anyway, I submitted about 52 research proposals for the 3 years after I joined Sukyoung University. I was searching for my own research interest. I tried to define what really is my research interest is. It was important for myself, but it was also important for my students to run the lab and to lead those students and to get funding, to get the opportunity to be funded. So that was the motivation that I worked so hard during that period. So 52 research proposals, that's quite many. So you can see, and my vision was getting worse and worse. I had to change my glasses every 3 months or so because I was working so hard. And if you change your glasses, you don't just change your lenses, you change your frames as well. Well, anyway, so in that period of time, and after that, I came to experience another major crisis in my life. So it was repeated that I was working hard, preparing proposals and making presentations and getting funding. But my original goal was to become a professor, and that was a success. I already had succeeded in that. But then I could not say I was necessarily happy with that because I was faced with reality again, difficulties again, the overwhelming amount of work that I had to tackle every day. I'm not sure if I should telling you this, but I was sort of feeling that I really I didn't want to fail, but I didn't want to succeed back then because I was exhausted. So I realized at the age of 32, this is not the way to go with my life. And what I really wanted to do with my life I studied as robotics for better life. I was good at robotics, so I decided to use robotics to make somebody else's life better, other people's lives better. It seems to be a very far distant goal, but I really thought this was what I wanted to do. So from 2014, I started making things like these, one after another. I had difficulties getting funding because I was making what I wanted to make. And then somebody suggested, I thought about starting up a company. I thought it would lead to funding, and also it seemed like I would get to do the things I like to do. 1 year after, the business was a total failure. It was absolute deficit. The capital was being just eroded. And this is when I started to become a little skeptical or suspicious about being passionate. I realized a lot of things running the startup. So I learned passion was not everything. So I had 500 million won in debt. After 2 years, I started the company. So I learned a lot of lessons. And I got to think about many things. And so in the end, I decided that I wanted to do wearable robots for the disabled. And then I realized that I should be cool-headed rather than passionate. And also emotion is more important than reason. When you lose objectivity, you cannot persuade others. You have to see yourself objectively, because if you don't do that, you will be passionate, but the passion will lead to nothing. So it was important to move people's mind. And mind means emotion. So that's the big like sort of mantra that I realized. So with Professor Nadongu, we started a company, and then we ended up in this huge debt. So one day we were drinking beer in Shincheon, and we hear about this international competition called Cybathlon. So we said, no way, paraplegic athletes wearing robots and walking? We didn't believe it. So we thought we should make a huge bet in this situation because we had nothing to lose, and that seemed like a final opportunity, once in a life opportunity. So we decided to enter the competition, and then I drew out the biggest loan that I could, 400 million won. So I had 900 million won in debt. There was no way back.
So I met this athlete, a paraplegic athlete, Kim Byung-wook. Or maybe he's not trying to show himself in the video. and focused on making him walk with my robot in 2015 and 16. But it was a failure, to sum it up. He failed a lot in his life, and also he stumbled and he failed. And there was not so many times that he succeeded in walking with a robot. The technology that we planned would not suddenly turn out to be very successful. We go through numerous trials and errors to get one success. And in the end, he was able to walk like that, but still he could not stay and stand still easily, and he fell again. So it was not a completely happy experience. But at this cyber Bethlehem, the person who lived his life paraplegic because of the spinal injury, he was able to walk and show to the people around the world that he can walk and descend the stairs like this. And he failed in the last mission. Yes, you see that red light? If he said he nodded at me while in this game, maybe I've succeeded in all the missions, cleared all the missions. Anyway, we were able to show our robotic technology to the world. And with the Cybertron, with the third prize I got here, I was able to get the funding about 1 billion from a big company. And I was able to pay off all my debt. So I feel really happy. At that moment, I felt like I was in the sky. And my original business, SG Mechatronics, robotics was closed. Now I started another company called Angel Robotics, jointly with Professor Nadoguk in July 2018. After I introduced my technology, many good things came in my life. And I got a lot of prestigious prizes. I got the Presidential Award for the Development and Invention Patents Contest, the government awards for the robot for contributing to the development of robotic industry. And I was able to get a lot of government funding and government funded projects to make the wearable robots. So I was able to have some funds to engage in robotic engineering. So I started to make angel robots like Angel Suit, as you can see in this picture, and Angel Medical. And what you see here is that this person has the cerebral palsy and unable to work for a long time. But with Angelus Medical, without being aided, this person can't even walk. And this person and this child who could walk only slowly, but with this Angelus Medical device, able to work faster. And this robots being introduced at 17 locations in and Korea, and more than 1,000 people as of last week are wearing this device for walking. And many patients are wearing our robots for their rehabilitation efforts. And in 2016, it was very slow. You can walk only very slow, but now you can walk very fast with this device. Now we went to Cybertron second time, and I overwhelmingly got the gold prize, the #1 spot. So this is almost end of my presentation. There was numerous moment of crisis. But one thing I can say for certainty is that I could not overcome this crisis alone. I could not reveal the name of the people who helped me in the process, but I was able to tide over the crisis because of their help. So able to move others people heart was the driver that made me overcome the crisis and get over the failure. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Professor, thank you for your presentation. I worked soap opera, and it seems like your life is more dramatic than soap operas and dramas on Korean TV. On the chat room, you can have questions asked to Professor Kyoungchul, but we have several questions received in advance. Let's share with them first. So it seems like you said your goal. It seems your career has been marked with endless success. And please tell us your failure story. And what kept you going in the face of failures, and what you and people around you have to give up on during the process? When I set my goal and wanted to do something and decided to do something, I don't look back around me, and I really focus on my work to achieve what I intended. And I think I have that kind of passion born, and I have it inherently. And thanks to that. But I realized that I have to work on coolness, being cool, to complement on my passion. When I set my goal to be a professor and decided to study abroad, and during the process, many relatives visited me and said that strongly insist that I should not go study abroad because I was so poor, and your poverty could not afford you the experience of studying abroad. I believe in myself still, and studying abroad is the answer based on the objective data, and I had confidence in myself, and I was able to overcome this difficulty, the poverty, and I tried my best to convince my relatives and said, promise them I will pay back, and my relatives have to give up, and they supported me while I studied abroad. So I'm very thankful to them. So I'm thankful to many people who helped me. So another question from the floor. It seems like you and you said that you have to spend a long time to get recovered. And how did you is there any way that you refresh yourself and get a respite and get the energy to be back on track after a failure? You don't see the camera. You don't see the camera on me. There are around 5 or 6 cameras, and there were like 20 cameras around me, when I had a lecture at the KBS, I'm a very introvert person. When I'm given a chance to make a presentation like this, I get really nervous and I have butterflies in my stomach. If I set a goal and if it doesn't work out well, as I originally intended, I feel get really let down if I fail. And anyway, to overcome my shyness, I exercised a lot to get familiarized with the camera and not to get too nervous at the stage. You cannot, escape from at the stage or from the reality. The reason why I chose to be on a cyberthon and to get the loans to keep going with my business is because there are many people who depended on me for their livelihood. So I have to make them earn them a living. So I had a sense of a responsibility. So that's why that kept me going. I don't know what my past MBTI is.
So that kind of things. I was such a person that felt disappointed and very worried about myself. But it took practice to change as a person. You get better at recovering. So I think it takes practice even to get recover from failure. So it wasn't other people's encouragement or that cheer me up, like drinking with other people. But in the end, it was myself who had to overcome the failure and recover from the failure. So I would like to say that it takes practice, and that's what I did. But I'm not sure, I'm not in that position to give you that kind of advice. So this would be last question for you. So you said you should be able to see yourself objectively. What kind of questions do you ask yourself to do that? And you emphasize cool-headedness rather than passion. Are there any tips to do that? In fact, there are in many cases. I try to see myself objectively, but it's not easy. Being objective in your own work is not always easy. But I am open to assessments and evaluation from people around you who are able to see me objectively. So I seek their opinion. And this is one of the tips. It can be small, but I should say that if you make presentation and you get evaluation and you make PPTs and slides, and I ask my colleague or my student to present my material in my behalf, and then I see it as an audience, and I see the shortfalls in my presentation materials, and I do the same thing with different people several times. So to see myself objectively, and also if there is something which can be assessed against data, objective data, I think it's very important to use data in evaluating yourself. So I'm not sure who is listening right now, but if there are our students that I'd like to say this to you, to evaluate yourself, you shouldn't don't go to your friends or your juniors or seniors who are 3 years older or younger than you. Instead, go to people and ask people who are much older who can be maybe better at seeing you objectively. So I feel very honored to give this lecture today. So that's gonna do it for my first presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Gong. And we will be back at the seminar at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Okay, this is the session 2 of the failure conference. Recently, there was a launch of Nuri rocket. It was covered by the media very widely, and people were very interested in the launch of Nuri rocket. So our next speaker will speak about space technology development. Dr. Kim Jin-Han from Korea Aerospace Research Institute, the head of turbopump division and launch vehicle development team, and he served the head of turbopump development and engine development for Nuri rocket. He was awarded with the Order of Science and Technology Merit Toyak and National Assembly of the Republic of Korea Special Merit Award, exploring the meaning of failure through the lens of space technology developments. Dr. Kim Jin-Han, please take it away. Very nice to meet you all. I am Kim Jin-Han from KARI. So the title is The Meaning of Failure from the Lens of Space Technology Development. So far, I focused on, in my previous lectures, the launch of Nuri rocket, but I had to focus on the concept failure for today's lecture. So I might speak about some sensitive issues during my lecture, but I will share my views on how to regard failure to create a better R&D environment, which is a national level task. So I am saying space technology, but I will mainly talk about Nuri and Naru rockets. First of all, last year, Nuri rocket was test launched. I wanted to show you this video clip of showing the Korean people welcoming the launch of Nuri. Sound coming out? Getting the sound because this video clip has sound. We feel that there is one last step. The Aerospace Center, the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test launch of Nuriho, the first test launch. Passion and hard work of numerous people, the Nuri carries them into the space. The homegrown technology embedded in Nuri. Congratulations on the first flight of Nuri. People are very happy. They are excited about the launch of Nuri. I had expectations from like 10 years ago, and I hope it really succeeds, and I hope for further successes going forward. I couldn't be happier. I am very proud of my country. It was very impressive. The sound was immense and it really moved my heart. So I will study hard and I work hard, and I really hope that we can reach the moon someday in the future. So I'm very proud of my nation and the technology of it. So nice. So this is our nation's rocket. It's so cool. And I was impressed with the technology that we have. I can't believe it's for real. Every time I see this video clip, I think it took about 2 trillion won budget in developing Nudi, but money wasn't the only issue. I think about the hard work and our achievement, and we can give vision and dream and inspire people, especially children. This gives me more energy to go forward, and I think that we should work hard to meet their expectations, to live up to their expectations. So I feel sense of responsibility seeing this video Exactly. I often say that space is a divine territory that is allowed only to countries who embrace failure. Space development is a costly project. It's a nationwide project. It's not just scientific, it's a big issue to politicians, and people are very interested in space development as well. So in doing big science, failure sometimes can be very critical, and it can be criticized from the media and people because we spend tax dollars, tax money. So with all that, it can be very difficult project, but we should have a national philosophy, and we should think more about just success or failure. And maybe we can talk about success and failure later on in the discussion session, maybe. At present, I will talk about this big picture when it comes to space technology development. This person is Neil Armstrong, who landed, the first man who landed on the moon. In 2010, he had a hearing at the US Congress. The Obama administration ran the central government space project, and they said that they would privatize the national project. And Neil Armstrong said it was a very dangerous idea because we had to secure safety, and there will be many failures, and there will be a lot of cost when we fail. But on the other hand, Elon Musk, in the right picture, he created SpaceX, and he succeeded in the launch of his own satellites. So back then, he was about to do that. He appeared in a show called 16 Minutes, and he was almost crying, saying that the news anchor said, well, Neil Armstrong, it must be your role model. So what do you think about it? And what do you think about his words opposing to your philosophy? And Musk said that I wish he was here at my company and doing what we do at our company. Back then, Russia and other countries were not very positive about what Musk was doing because space is a very conservative area. It takes a lot of advanced technology. So many were very skeptical and negative about this young man jumping into that industry. But he succeeded in re-landing the launch vehicle after numerous trials and errors, and the cost ran down to almost 1/10 of the original cost. In 2012, Armstrong passed away, and after that, Musk continue to be successful. And now space technology is driven more by individual companies, private sector, rather than central government. There is new space, which is supposed to be led by the private sector. But before that, there is a lot of technologies developed and accumulated by NASA. And Musk thought about how to commercialize those technologies. He was not the one who developed new technologies. He just capitalized on existing technologies from NASA, including relanding technologies and various test technologies. But in our case, in the case of Korea, there are not as many of those technologies in Korea. So we have to develop technology and explore space at the same time. The privatization.
The United States is talking about our space and new space. And our space is a space race and state-led. And new race means private-led, and there was an innovation and the technology involved, and going to an extreme to let the cost down. So the private sector the US wants to have a new space where the private sector can access the universe and the space. SpaceX, they use this space launcher again and to let the cost down. And the rocket and the so not all the single player produce the all things involved, but you divide the players and get the supply from various sources. And so the labor cost was able to be reduced as a result. In Korea, under the Korean law, it was not easy to and you cannot let the state to let and force people to work days and nights to develop rockets and space launcher. And it seems, and the people who are in the space mission will be happy to have the successful launch, but their family have to give a sacrifice, so they won't be happy. And other than spaces, there's a Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic, and they are pursuing space orbital travel, but it costs around 500 million won to travel to just go into the single orbit of the Earth. So and the rocket lab and seems to be trying to start from a small rocket and then trying to scale up. And this, SpaceX and Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic are introducing the private-led space travel experience. So not all the private players are in the new space, but SpaceX is the old space. And China and the United States, Japan, meanwhile, are trying to imitate the United States and saying that they are trying something new and try something that US has not done. For example, China have landed at a side of the moon that US has not landed. Anyway, China and Japan, China has a state funding heavily involved in the space program, and that's the strength of the Chinese space project. And Japan wants to monitor what other competing companies are doing in the universe and space, and Japan want to have a state funding involved in the international space programs to get other countries' experience in space development. Plus, Japan wants to be a number one in the space guided control area, and it wants to land in a small galaxy and get a sample and safely return. And that's what Japan is trying to achieve with its space program. At this moment, we have to think about what is space development like in Korea, and but we need to strategically approach this space program. We don't need to do everything, but we have to choose the areas that we have areas where we can make profit out of it and get the benefit out of it. and trying everything in the space program would not be good approach, and we have to be strategic enough to be able to choose the areas that are favorable for Korea. We should have the bureaucratic officials who can be focused for a long time on the space programs, and we need to have the talented people involved in the space program. For example, we can create a multi-planetary space in Mars and making the Mars inhabitable. And I think this is not so distant future. And another goal we could be viable for Korea is that we can have a space program, not the space program, but Earth program, where people can travel anywhere in the world within an hour from country A to B. And also we can, and in order to be make the space program viable, we should have the cost down in the mechanical side. Plus, we have to make a profit by having a lot of passengers inside. Elon Musk is saying that he's trying to achieve that and to pursue that side as well. We have KPS in Korea, where we should have planetary systems and explorer systems in place that development in Korea to have to try help with the navigation of the rocket system. And also we should have a robot exploring device developed. And so we have to think of the areas in the space program that can generate many other business opportunities in Korea. We say we are living in a space era, and Morgan Stanley predicted that its market size will grow from 400 trillion to 1,300 trillion by 2040. And Bank of America sees the market size way bigger than what Morgan Stanley expected. Privatizing space program means that we have to create a profit and generate profit, and we have to think about what implications that will have in Korean space program. There's a YouTube video that shows the failure cases of the orbital rocket booster. So you will see that the orbital rocket booster going through numerous failures and being recovered and recycled to get better. So you can see that numerous failures are being tolerated and learn from the experience to get better. And seeing this US experience as an engineer, I feel envy. I feel that, oh, this is possible because you are a CEO, because you make an invested in it. But also I realized that the US is more tolerable about failure than Korea, and US is more willing to learn from a bad experience and failure experience and to make yourself better. Through a Nuri Ho, the KSLV, Korea Space Launch Vehicle, we failed, but we learned success. What will make us better? At the last stage, the pressure from the tank to the engine, from the tank to engine got lower. There was some problem, so the automatic program was automatically shut down as a result. We trying to have, it was a test launch, and we are planning to have the proper launch in June 29th this year. When when we have a test launch, and when everything goes well, then we go to a proper launch, by making a full investment.
So we embarked on this project, and this is the engine that we were imagining at the outset. This is a sketch of the engine, and it became a reality, and we run experiments. We took on challenges and we failed. So this is a whole cycle that is repeated to get this outcome, which is 75-ton engine. Goal of Nuri was to be a 1.5-ton suborbital multi-purpose space launch vehicle. That was the goal. So if we do this, it was success, and if we fail, that will be failure. Geopolitically speaking, Korea has to launch toward the south. On the right, we have Japan, and on the left, also impossible. But we have to launch the vehicle in that direction. The red one is called window. So we have to target that window when we launch vehicle. And we have to make sure that it lands in a safe place. Look at this map. So first stage separation occurs at here, the red point. And second stage will be separated in the middle, and the final separation will happen before it reaches Australia. So make the separation, we have to change course slightly to this direction. So we are not in a perfect geopolitical situation, but I am grateful enough the fact that we can launch from Korea. The launch scenario. We're familiar with the scenario, maybe from news. So first, second, third stage separation and dummy satellite separation as well. I'll just skip the video. This was the process of development, phase 1, 2, and 3. At first stage, there are a cluster of 4 engines, 75 ton. Second stage and third stage, there is a dummy satellite. So 75 ton. So we used heritage to minimize failure and to complete development in the shortest possible time. That is common to France, not just Korea, Russia, and other countries. So if you look at major phases of development, in the first phase, you do the design work and you install test facility. It was until 2015, and in phase 2, we manufactured the engine and verified the 75-ton engine. And in phase 3, we test launched 3-stage launch vehicle flight model. So we were scheduled to complete the development until by the October 2022. So fingers crossed that it goes well. So you can go deeper like this as to the development project, the test facility installation and 7-ton engine test in 2018, successful launch of test LV with just 2 stages. And in July 2021, launch pad was certified, and first launch finally happened in 2021. And in June, not May, it has been postponed. The second launch is scheduled. So you can't avoid failures when developing engines. One example is combustion instability. Even a minor problem can lead to explosion. So you have to perfect design to minimize that kind of effect. So we did a lot of changes in the design and we repeated tests. So this is the video clip of the tests. This is an explosion. From outside, it looks like this. The camera is shooting this at the opposite at a building on the opposite side, and the camera itself is shaking because of the vibration from the explosion. So engine is the heart of the launch vehicle that burns at a very high temperature at 143 seconds. So in developing Nuri, we spent 10, 11, 12 years, a finite period of time. The engineers get resources to get started, which are period, manpower, and funding. And they are given a deadline from the government. That is the role to be played by the engineers. So if you have plenty of time and manpower and enough budget, then you can take time, but you've got this deadline of 10, 11, 12 years. So it is very tight. So you have to test the engine on one hand and to tackle the issue of combustion instability on the other simultaneously. So that's the reality. So let's look at the reality of failure. You develop a new launch vehicle. Theoretically, the reliability is not so high. Theoretical reliability is 93 to 95% tops. If you do the calculation, the reliability is assigned to each different part of the launch vehicle, like fuel pump and oxidizer pump and other parts of the launch vehicle. And the reliability multiplies and the reliability comes down and down. So you need to have like 99.9% of reliability in the beginning to ensure 93 to 95 reliability with different parts. And you do the test and you verify and you think about ways to increase reliability theoretically. So you get this reliability that you were aiming for. But historically, the theoretical reliability has not been a reality. It has been only 30%. The success rate of the first launch has been only 30%. The work breakdown structure of launch vehicle, stage 1, 2, and 3, the level 2. At level 2, there are engines and propulsion parts and structure and controller, and there's turbo pumps. There is oxidizer pump and everything. And under oxidizer pump, there are many other parts and components. So if you calculate reliability, each of these components and parts, the reliability, theoretical reliability is very hard to achieve. So you have very big and numerous parts, like 370,000 of them in a launch vehicle. Perfecting them inevitably entails failure. So you should regard failure as a road to success. If not, like you want to achieve at just first attempt, you're saying that you want to be God.
So this is something that I experience. So narrow is something, the first layer, we got it from Russia, and the second layer is Korea. When we had the first and second failure, the atmosphere was not bad, but when we made a first, second failure and third failure, and people saying that you're doing just firework with the expensive rockets and equipments. And the program is over. We didn't have much budget left. And if we failed one more time, maybe I had doubt whether our aerospace association would not be existing anymore. Russia, some people say that you made a first or second failure because you want to get more budget from Russia. Anyway, many people said, and with the first and second failure, you learned a lot. Yes, that's very true. We look at what went wrong. Even though Russia did not teach us, but by looking at what Russian aerospace program is doing, we were able to learn from what they're doing, and it was a good experience, teaching experience for us. And from the failure, we examined what went wrong very thoroughly, and we were able to learn a lot. When I went to Russia, and the first engine I had failed. But by doing that experience, having that experience in Russia, I was able to get to learn from the failure and from the fellow engineers in Russia, and from make a mistake, don't make mistake twice, but from the failure, learn from it and make yourself better so that you repeat the mistake. We made the 30-ton engine smaller than before. And in the Nuri hole, the second space launcher, we made the engines compact, and we used our own technology. And we have in the first test launch, we failed last year, but in the second launch that's planned for mid this year, we have to make it successful. So let me wrap up by sharing you Bian's story, Naroho's experience, the Korea Space Launch Vehicle's failure is felt differently to our engineers than what being felt by ordinary people. We looked at why we failed in the second time for the KSLV program, Naroho program. We was a total failure. We had that the person who's not qualified for the job from outside being the person responsible for the Nuri hole, the second space launcher. And from the audit side, we should have a technical audit to closely look into what technically went wrong and what contributed to the failure, and also try to find out whether we technically learned, made the technical learning from the first failure. But rather than having that audit, there was a budget audit experience, and they look at whether the auditing, whether there was a corruption or there was the budget was not used for the proper intention or what it was intended. So that's what happened. And we hope that in the Nuri, now second experience, space launch program experience, I don't think the same mistake will not repeat itself again. And there was side effects and aftermath of the second failure of the Naro hole. In the Nuri holes, the first phase, 7-ton engine's goal was not achieved. There are many reasons for that. There were shortcomings that I mentioned, and also the researchers was not united. They were demotivated. And that's the reason why. And the engine systems was when I was the head of the engine, it was 2015, and there was nothing there. And the weight was even 30% higher than originally targeted. And there was no proper document system in place. And there was no engine test scenarios. And document control system is important, but that system was almost non-existent. And the responsibility and the authority per individual person was ambiguous. So that prevented us from moving forward. Researchers and engineers have to be responsible and hold liable for the failure and should be given the opportunity to correct their wrongs. And if we just blame them, I think that will demoralize them and we could not be better. What is the function of the success? That there is, I think we believe that if we do not set the proper function of the success, if we change the variables continuously, nevertheless, we will won't get the success. So if there is a genuine and failure, there was a case in the 1990s, the gas turbine development. There was a 1.2 megawatts gas turbine developed at the time, led by the government, but that failed because there was too much vibration on the machine engine. So we could not get the gas machine we originally wanted. But it was not a complete failure, but that helped the development and advancement of the turbine engineering of Korea. 3 or 4 companies, even though I don't want to reveal their name, they learned a lot from the experience and able to stand tall in the turbo mechanical engineering technology area because of their experience of this failing in the gas turbine development in the 1990s. So I think that this, we have to look just the failure, not just look at the failure as something as, okay, it's a failure and we shouldn't do nothing, but we should look at how it can make us better and what we can learn from it. And why is failure so severe? We should look at that from the bureaucratic side. The government wants to get a short-term result and wants to get, only want to get the low-lying fruits. And also we let the engineers be responsible for the completely responsible for the failure. We should even though we should have a bureaucratic guideline where even if the engineer failed, if there was there's nothing wrong with technical side and they did everything, we should accept and tolerate their mistakes and give them another opportunity. We have in Korea have a high expectation, even if we don't invest too much. So I want to close by giving one quote from the Tom Brown. He said that no, Russia and Soviet Union wants to go to space and go and Von Braun said there should be a first flush program, when there was a rocket launcher failed, you have to look into it why it failed. And if 9 women give birth to babies, there is a misconception that they will give birth well. And so we, rather than just just know spending money without proper planning will lead you a failure. That's what Von Braun said. So we should we just don't look at the failure as a failure, but we should see the value out of it. So another thing I would like to say is that the media has to should do the technical follow-up. So what is the meaning of
failure? It's a road to success, and we have to value the accumulation of technologies that's newly learned. So that's going to do it for my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. So the example, the mention of Von Braun really helped me understand the point. So we are a strong nation in space. To become a strong nation in space technology, what strategies we need and how we should view failure was a great presentation on that subject. So if you have any questions for Dr. Kim, please type that in our chat box, and we will try and take your questions. We have some questions that we received in advance. First one is that in space technology development, how failure and success is defined in that area. And dummy satellite was failed to be carried into the orbit, but you call it half success, and I was wondering why. In space technology, success is defined, I think, the domain of science technology involves actual flight of a launch vehicle. You are familiar with the term technology readiness level. From lab level, whether it's university or research institute. So that's there are 1 through 3 steps of lab level. Failures are taken for granted at this level. If you are hardworking and honest, the failure is easily embraced in Korea. But from 4 to 6, it's stage right before actual flight. The test occurs in a similar environment to actual flight. And in this stage, you have to have this prototype to perform the test. And at that level, failure is relatively embraced easily in Korea, whether they were making earnest efforts, and they accept failures. But at KARI, at this level, say for developing satellite and developing launch vehicle, if you go up to this level, things change. Failure, not succeeding, becomes a huge problem all of a sudden. And unlike NATO, in Nuri development, it was covered by media very widely, and people were very aware of the project, and they were pretty embracing to failure, but it's not legalized. And there is still anxiety over the bureaucratic system of our country, how it is going to be received from the bureaucratic point of view. We are very concerned. We are always open to criticism. So in Korea at the moment, in terms of technology level, 1 through 6, it's okay. But when you go up to the flight model level, it can be harsh if you fail. And the second question, what was that again? the dummy satellites, it did not go into the orbit, but you call it half success. And why is that? That's what media is saying at Kerry from the engineer's point of view. From an engineer's point of view, they view as failure. We actually don't think it's a half success. You might think that we learned a lot and we did an amazing job, but in the end, we failed to do what we set out to do. So that's what we should think, and we are thinking that way. But we are grateful about the public understanding that is expressed in the media. They view it as a half success. So we are actually grateful. So in the video I showed you before, somebody said that there is just one final step left. So that kind of optimism is being expressed in the media. So we are grateful as engineers. So half success is a label that can use maybe because at Kerry, we have this policy perspective at Kerry. It says that it's hard to tell whether it's success or failure because it's a test launch, and failure should be taken for granted. It's a process of learning, process of accumulating technology. So in a test launch, we should not talk about success or failure at all. To have success, personally, I think it's you can use the term half success, but we think the first launch of Nuri was failure for sure. And another question for you that I agree with you that the view should change toward failure, but it's not easy to change culture in the organization or the bureaucracy. So as a member of the organization, or what kind of stance should we take as an individual member or the executive member? From an individual engineer's perspective, there is boundary condition. If you commit yourself to doing something, then you should do it. As a researcher, you should have strategies, set strategies to achieve the goal that you're given or you set out to achieve, and how to better the situation and how to complement the shortfalls or shortcomings. We should raise our voice about what we can do to better the system. So I was in charge of developing engine in the development in the Nuri project. It's not confined to science and technology because there is possibility of human error. So you have to manage people, and you have to take the best out of individual members to get the best possible technology. And you have to also deal with media, the National Assembly, and the general public in your promotional activities, and communicate with them. So at higher levels, you need to be able to persuade government. That's the whole process you need to have in developing space technology. And I think that is the crucial part. So really need to have this cultural change to have the best possible space technology. As I mentioned before, Japan and China, we see their philosophy. Then we should ask ourselves what our philosophy is. There is none, actually, because we don't have the brain. Who should be the brain? Government officials should be equipped with expert knowledge, and they should keep their position to be able to do that. Also, experienced people should join hands with those officials but that is not what's happening in reality. Researchers are studying and strategies are being developed by other people. So it's all separated. When it comes to strategy setting, there, the officials are directly involved in setting the strategies. Rather, I think they should be advising us engineers. So I think that's not right way to go.
So the legislators and the people who are in the policy making should have the organization that's involved and lead the space program, but they should have a brain organization that's unchanged and led by the prime ministers and high-ranking officials. If we do our best, if there is no government state strategy, clear strategy, we will go zigzag and we could not. When it is important for the team to learn from the experience together. If the problem you want to tackle is experiences, is there experiments you want to share? Yes, engineers are pretty unique. When they start, they don't want to share the technology they know. So they build their barriers. But when you start off with one team, then you don't set the barriers, but you share your experience and your technology and their skill set. That is because when you work in the work team, you understand that by sharing, you get to learn and you can get better results. So by working in one team, and after the first round, after going through numerous trial and errors, they learn how to work better. When you go into a team, when you go to like the engineering team, when they work in the after first round, when you go to a meeting, you can feel that the people are interacting with each other very actively and communicating well. And they have a lot of opinions and trying to share their experience. And that make them come up with a lot of ideas and alternatives and solutions. So I think, so after first round and first attempt of working as a one team, first they set the barriers, but they get to learn and trying to share with the experience and get better. And as the time goes by, they share a lot of experience and talk a lot. But as time goes by, they just change emails and don't work it. And when you reach that point, then it will go really well. You can tell that from experience. But engineers, they don't try to share with each other in the beginning, but when they work as a one team and after some time, they get to learn. And so it's very important for them to learn to work together, and they will get a better result by working together, making them realize that is very important. One thing more is that when you are in a space program, you are given a limited time. So you have to check whether you're missing anything. But if you have an organization that initiate the program, then you can be able to find out what you're missing. When you work alone, when you work in a single team, one team, internally you won't see your mistakes. But when you have the outside involved, you will see what the mistake or failure opportunities verified and found. for Korea to become a strong space nation, the Dr. Kim shared about what government need to do and engineers should do to achieve that goal. Thank you for giving us your time and exchanging your thought. We'll be back at 1 o'clock after lunch break. Thank you. Did you enjoy your lunch? The failure seminars afternoon session is is now beginning. We are going to talk about the various shapes and forms of the failure. And it will most often the first session. We will invite Professor Ru Sukyoung, Professor and Head of the KAIST School of Engineering. She's the Director of the KAIST Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, and also she's trying to approach to those who are marginalized. She was the former chair of the KAIST Inclusive Committee, and she's the Associate Vice President of Student Life, ACM, Sick Plan Cares, and she is a National Research Foundation of Korean Diversity Committee member and also advisor for of Samsung SW Academy for Youth. Your floor is yours, Professor Liu. I am Liu Sukyoung of the School of Computing of KAIST. Thank you for being with us. So at this seminar with a peculiar name, we are able to see various experience of failure of various people. And I want to share my story of failure. I listened with intent, with a lot of attention to the morning session. I don't know how will my presenter will be felt for you. And my title of the presentation is Let a Little Shine in Your Heart. And I will tell you what this means. Do you know the song called Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Si Do, official of the Cho Won song? I want to play this music, but there's a copyright issue, so I couldn't do it because of the copyright issue. And it's a good song. You have to find it and listen to it. And I graduated from a female middle school. It was good experience, but my friends said that, they say that no, Miss Stu is very strange student. She loves math and science. And in the high school, other students study really hard, but I studied, and I sang all the time, or during the break time, during classes, and after the school is over, I sang. So the children call me the insect on the sticking on the trees. I felt I was a little bit out of place hearing people saying that to me. And there's a left-handed person of the panic, and there's an outsider. And by the outsider, and the video has a creep by creep. If you listen to their lyrics, it seems like they're talking about me. And in the one of the lyrics say that I'm a creep and I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing? I don't belong here. And I wasn't sure that there was nowhere I could fit in. But I was not so sensitive, and I didn't be too stressed out because of hearing what other people say. Anyway, I managed to survive in the high school, and I graduated KAIST. And by the age of 29, I married, who went to the KAIST together with me. And in the 30s, I went to Harvard to study and worked at Sun Institute and came back to KAIST. After that, in my life, there was many worries. When I was undergraduate school, I was, do I have to get a master's program? And my research area is a programming language. And, there's smartphone apps. And I try to find a problem with that and finding the bugs and fix that bugs with the programming language. And after that, I worked in the US, and another worry struck me. Do I have to work after getting master's program and doctorate program? The reason I study wasn't sure, and my life was not so funny in my undergraduate and until in the Harvard years. In the Harvard school days, I got a lot of I got scolded a lot by my professors. The picture looked in the picture I look I'm having fun, but it was not that fun, to be honest with you. I wasn't sure what I liked and the goal I have to set for myself. And the guy shown in the red box is a Basdale, who's a very famous person in the programming language. He's the person who created Java programming language. And that person, he or talks a lot and seriously with the students who visit him and with all people interested in the programming language. He is a very passionate person, and he is very serious in debating with people on the subject of the programming language. And then I looked at him, I was impressed, and I wanted to be like him. And I worked, and whenever I go to work at the Sun Institute, and I felt I was, after learning from this person, I felt that I had a goal, and I came back to KAIST, and I want to create a lab where people can do the research with fun. Sun Microsystems is a very unusual, let me say, is a very different company organization. When it was not so in, not well in Korea, it donated supercomputers to the public companies. And when Korea was not that rich enough, like today, we got supercomputers at the KAIST, and Sun first gave us the open source software. So some microsystem provided the services by the open source, and with the resulting services will make money. But that approach did not work, and some microsystems went bankrupt. So we had, and those who worked at the Sun, they are very thankful to that approach, and they like that. That approach. And one of the guys who worked at the Sun said this: wherever we end up, we can take our little sons and let them shine other places. Thank you all for everything, and best luck. So, and these are one of the say mentioned by the one of the programs I work at Sun Systems, and this is what I want to do at KAIST. Back in KAIST, we are making research with fun and interest. The students at the lab, I believe, are my spiritual companion. My husband is a professor at the university, and they believe, and it seems, and I feel that having this program language laid out and students who appreciate it, I think they're beautiful people. And even if I didn't say what I'm saying, the students understand what I'm saying, what I imply. So I'm very thankful to them. The graduate school days are not easy. There is a bestseller called "There Are Those Things That Will Be Easier If You Have Known" at the school graduate days. The happy days in the graduate school is that not everything goes well, but you should be and it's not the ideal deals, but nevertheless you'll be able to overcome it is the best approach. So there's a yardstick I determine who will be successful in the doctorate degree, and that is the person who is willing to communicate, how much you're willing to communicate and contact with the guiding professor is the yardstick or the measurement of how that doctor's preparing student will be successful as a and in those days, you'll be anxious every day. But one good news is that even after that, you'll be anxious and you will have a lot of worries. After you graduate the school and after you become a professor and you become a tenure, still you have the worries. And even if you have the worries, even and even if you have no in advance, you will not solve anything. Anyway, even if you know it, there will be worries in the graduate when you become a graduate school. It won't solve the problems. You will just need to know it then. So when you feel that you're out of place and you have nothing to, nowhere to turn to, by the end of the tunnel, you will see something. And I want to suggest that with students, we have to go together and reach the end of the tunnel. Students ask me, how should I be asking me, how should I solve this problem? I question that. You have to be together. You have to solve problem together with your professor, and the objective of becoming a professor is to become an independent researcher, and you have to be together.
So I come to school and meet students, and I learn a lot of things from them. Unlike my days in my 20s, I learn a lot from students in their 20s. So as a student, as a professor, I have to perform various jobs other than teaching, besides teaching and research, counseling students, and talking with students. And one of the picture in the red frame is one of my colleagues. He's my friend. So we are doing a lot of things for students. So we meet students and they teach me a lot of things that I didn't know. This is a student club, the exhibition of pictures painted by refugee kids. So we have a lot of international students, and they have body programs to be friends with them and help them. And another student club is a club of sexual minorities. They cannot be registered formally, but they are in our school. So they tell us about their stories. It can be interesting and scary as well. So we get to know about their pain, but we couldn't help them. There is no way to help them. So we felt, so I started to think about what to do with my life. So as an engineer myself, I only read like fictions and novels and spy novels. So I really wanted to understand students and help them. So I started reading. This is a famous book by Kim Soongsil titled "For Pain to Become the Way." Quotes, humiliation and discrimination hurts people. Very clear statements, because humiliation and discrimination hurt people physically and psychologically. And in a beautiful society, you're sensitive to the pain of others who are not close to you. So when honest, hardworking people are denied of their dignity, you can sympathize with their frustration and act with them, unquote. So they're very sympathetic people. So it was a very inspiring quote for me. So if you haven't read this book, I highly recommend that you read this book, especially if you're in the field of engineering or science. because emotionally connecting with other people can be difficult for some people like us. And this book sure will help you. So KAIST was the second university to establish a social inclusion committee in Korea. At KAIST, you might not know, has more caring organizations for students than any other university in Korea, like this: Ombudsperson, Student Association Human Rights Center, Stress Clinic and Counseling Center, and Social Inclusion Committee, and Center for Ethics and Human Rights. So these many organizations are working with the Inclusion Committee. So at this inclusion committee, there are variety of people on campus, and every person is different from one another. Being different is okay. We should embrace diversity, and we promote diversity on campus. So whether they are students or faculty members or staff members, regardless of their sex, sexual orientation, age, and other qualities, they should not be discriminated against anything. So that's what the inclusion committee is for. And there is a famous line from a movie. It reads, "No one can abuse anyone. No one has the right to do that. It's a sin." And Cho Young-rae, a lawyer, also said, "I will never let those in power abuse, diminish, or humiliate others. If I can just do that, I couldn't be happier even if I fail at everything else." And that's the life I want to live too. And this is a famous Korean drama. And the quote reads, "They learn to become the cruel devils that they are because no one ever stopped them. Everyone just turned a blind eye on them. If there is one person fighting and raising voice, things can change." So I tell my students it's okay to be different from one another. Not just for me, let's work together for other people as well to bring the change that we need. So when I'm with my students, I often show this slide. It's a song by Coffee Boy. I need to talk, who's here to listen. Uh, Meaning that I am here to listen if you need to talk to anyone. So this is what I want to say to my students. No matter what they say, be yourself. Quote by Sting. There's a song called Sharp Edges by Linkin Park. There's the lyrics in the red box. Sharp edges have consequences. Now every scar is a story I can tell. We all fall down, we live somehow. We fall, we fail every day, but we keep on going. We learn what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. The lyrics. Despite all that, I keep failing. I go insane, and people criticizing me. You always have people who are angry. So do you embrace homosexuality? And I say yes. And one of the professors that I was on a business trip with said to me like negative things about the inclusion committee. And one of my high school friends, Kim Sa-gang, is a board member of Kakao Impact, and she is working on improving living conditions for migrants. And she says this: "Some people say that I sell out human rights, but you can't sell human rights even if you wanted to. People seem to think that human rights is some kind of finite resource. So they think if somebody gets human rights, their own human rights disappear, which is not true in my view. So human rights is not like a pie that we have to share. We can grow the pie itself by promoting human rights. We can get a bigger pie of human rights. So I am criticized a lot, and I always think about what to do with my life. And there are some books that really encourage me and that really lift me up. First, encourage to be disliked. It said, do not give in to vertical relationships. Don't be afraid of being disliked. Be free and move forward. And second book is titled, If You're Uncomfortable, It's Okay. If you're not sure, side with the weak. When you're on the fence, this can be a good guideline for your decision making. And do you know Kim Chang-gi? He's a vocalist from 동물원. He's a psychological psychiatrist as well. And he says in the book that there are 4 preconditions to be truly loving person. First is warmth. Look at yourself in the mirror and see if there is warmth. Second is sensitivity. Instead of your wants and needs, you should be sensitive to the wants and needs of the person who you love. Doing that takes attentive observation, the right amount of distance and time. Third is consistency. Controlling your emotions well so the other person can trust you. Fourth, and the last one is the ability to mend relationships, because our goodwill and truthful heart are often misunderstood and distorted, and we make unintended mistakes. So these are all important quotes, but I think the warmth, I related to virtue of warmth the most. As engineers in engineering and science, technically, you're very technical and you're very good at picking out things that are wrong and being critical, and it can get scary. Even at Zoom meetings, I often check my face, and if I am making a warm face, and I try to make warm faces even at online meetings with my students or colleagues. So I try, and in his essay, Face, he also says that everyone shapes their own faces every day throughout their lives. So day in and day out, you make your own face.
There's another book called How Grown-ups Grow. And it's a the English title is A Leading Matters. And it is a prize-winning book. And he have summarized what the definition of the courage, and there are many definitions, and I will cite 2 of the definition. Courage is it means that you know where you stand for the organization. The the courageous person doesn't mean that they have less fear than others, but courage is that you do and make efforts, and you have the intention to be successful, even though you can't be successful all the time. And curiosity means that there is a process of learning your entire life. We make mistakes, and in our temperamentally, in our character, we make mistakes. But what is important is that you have to evade mistake as much as possible, and if you fail, you have to accept it and be resilient and have the courage to keep going. And this word really moved me, and yes, I really feel this is related to me. For the program image, I know it pretty well, so I'm okay with it. But those who are listening to this lecture, no, as a professors and even students, I think you feel that you're not so sure what you should be doing at this moment, and also you feel that you're not sure whether next year will be better than this year, and your things are getting better, and it's a process. You're in the process of learning, and ignorance and not knowing things is not something you should be shameful. You need to learn, and just admit that you don't know it, and it's just that you need to learn. And I think that is the way you can overcome. So in the end, it seems like everything boils down to being a human, and human being is not reasonable and rational. And even though we lack the intention and the drive, still we want to achieve it. Now it's a difficult matter to do it well all the time. And there's a book called Chang Byung-gyu Startup Korea, and he said like this: you need to go your own way, not being swayed by what others think about you. And there's something you will be learning, even if you fail, if you're sure that you're growing every day. And we need to lead a different life that fits our own self. And the students in the picture are the students learning coding. And the students wants to be a developer. That grows every day. And for 5 months, they learn from me. They learned really hard from me, and they work really hard. And I also learned a lot of them. And this is what I wrote after reading this book. Where members respect each other and trust each other and make an interaction endlessly. And I hope that we will create a society, school or society, where we accept success and failure, both of them, with open heart and with grace. So I hope that everyone will be together, creating the better society for us. Chang Byung-gyu called me and said that, a positive icon of positivity. And many people ask me how you can be so positive. The people who are there, are you, you don't have to think of too much thoughts. That's why you're so positive in your life. Well, and I say to them that, there's no way, there are a lot of thoughts in my head, but there's no way to, no terms that can best describe how I felt. Anyway, I think that the power of the positive mind comes from learned positiveness. And the process of learning hope is objectively understanding the adversity you're in, and understanding its cause and impact in a way that protects you and makes you grow. And you need to repeat the process and exercise how to minimize these negative influences or minimize these influences. And there is an angel who can make a reasonable debate with the demon in your head that puts you in the defeatism and being emotional. And you should raise that angel, and you should find a good teacher who can give you power, keep the power to this angel and root for this angel. And when I felt I'm in failure and I feel I'm being let down and defeated, I'm being reminded of these clauses, and I'm trying to get the power in me to tide over the difficulties I'm in. And I'm always sometimes often say this to my students: that research is challenging and graduate life is not easy. And you will have already that whether you will graduate well or your master's program or doctor's program. Yeah, even though your day has not come, people get worried in advance. Yeah, so you don't need to be worried. And you need to create a feel-good folder to cheer yourself up. So, and someone, you see in the middle, the picture in the middle, that someone said that like a good music, thank you for your good lecture, thank you. So, and the picture, and I got that from the sticky note, that opinion from my students from the sticky notes. And the picture on the left, I'm using these decorations like this angel from my home to cheer my student up. And this makes my student feel better and myself better. And you have to make real friends, and you have to make real good friends around you. You should have friends, precious friends around you. And the students who are around me and doing research together are my soulmates. And my family and my fellow professors are those who give me power. And you should, and don't feel that I'm giving up my happiness to be successful, but you should be happy all the time, and you have to find pleasure in life. I became the director of the Kakao Impact, and it is one of the foundations run by Kakao. It's a chat program in Korea, well-known one. And the Ho Ji-yoon, professor of the Korean University, is one of other members of this Kakao Impact Foundation. And what does this foundation does is, Kim Sa-dang, who she's also the fellow of who's helping the people in need. Kakao Impact Foundation, people find the people who helps others and help these people help others, and so that we can find ways to help better those who are more marginalized. So this is my last slide. People ask me how you got interested in the sexual minority. It's being said that 10% of the population is sexually marginalized person. In my 20s and 30s, I I led a very busy life, and I didn't have thought too much worries, but there are people who are around me who told me how short I am, I'm lacking I am, and what I need to improve. And I think, if those people would not be around me, I think I wouldn't be the person I am today. So this Tim Cook of the Apple said this: whenever wind up, we can take little suns. And the Tim Cook is a CEO, and he writes very well. And I'm very impressed how a CEO who runs a company is so literally talented. And there's a quote from the Martin Luther King. What is the most urgent in life is what are you doing in your life, and what are you doing for others in your life? And Tim Cook answered saying that I am running a company and an Apple that is very innovative company. And for the company to be very innovative, it has to embrace more diversity, and it seems, and felt that, and he, as a sexual minority person, he was not he was not treated differently, but he was not people. And Tim Cook said that, no, I'm not doing a different from other people. I'm doing my part. And he, if admitting I'm a gay, and if that gives pep, or I can give the power to other people, then that's the positive influence. Whenever, and I hope that, and we want to own my build a bricks, and this is my own brick, and I hope that this quote will give the power for my students to live on and also be powerful enough after it. So I met, anyway, and I'll share this message to the students. And I wasn't sure whether the students will receive this message well. And after some months, and I asked the students, I asked how they felt, and they said that the students said that thank you very much, and that gave them power. Anyway, so even though I'm not good enough, I want to be together with my students. I want to give a little sense to them to make them find solace in their life. Until I retire, if someone needs me, I want to be there with them, even though I could not solve their problem, but help them solve the problem together. It may take time to solve that problem, but I want to be together with them and hope them, let them shine in other places. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Ryu. You always look at the weak, the marginalized, and in some way unsuccessful people, and how we think about them and how we interact with them. It was very nice to hear from you, the icon of optimism. If you have any questions for Professor Ryu, please type them in the chat window. And we do have one question that we received in advance. You are very cool, I should say. As you might know, you are a role model for female students at the computing school. So far in your life, to become this female leader and female professor, what kind of difficulties did you experience and how did you overcome them? Okay, thank you. When I was an undergrad, there were not many female students. It's just like now. So I said, I want to go to postgraduate school. And the dean said, no, you shouldn't. But I said, oh, and he said, male students should go to military and you as a female student should get a job. So I felt that was the first experience that really let me down. And in the early days of the inclusion committee, professors remember me as very decisive, very adamant person. So running the committee, I learned a lot from you and from the students and how well the students are dealing with situations. So I changed my personality also to be more harmonious with people around me and to get along better with them. Overcoming difficulties does not necessarily mean fighting all the time. When I was in America, I had 2 and 4-year-old daughters, and my husband was very into exercise, and he gets hurt, and he had to go hospitals often, and I took care of my children all by myself, and I worked, and then I come home and then house chores and taking care of the children, but I was doing something I love to do. So I did not feel tired. I love debugging. So some people don't get it that I love it, but debugging means finding problems in the programs. As a big fan of spy novels, you can maybe understand. It's like tracking down the criminal. So debugging is really fascinating for me. So I was doing relatively okay because I was doing something that I love to do. I chose the right thing to do, so that gave me the good energy. Thank you for the answer. And let me ask you another question then. KAIST, you did your undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degree here at KAIST, and you're very affectionate to your students. Comparing the days when you were the undergraduate students and the students of now of today, they might feel different from your old days toward the concept of success and failure. How would they feel differently with the concept of success and failure comparing to the days when you were a student? So we run a lot of human resources talent development programs. When I was in my 20s, I was studying in the undergraduate program. I'm very grateful that I had a chance to do that. And it's like a payback for me to teach my students well. But talking to my students, I sometimes feel sorry and pitiful. When we were in our 20s, we were not so worried about getting a job, graduating and getting a job and getting by. But the housing prices and all of these days, I am very sorry as a person who lived before them. But despite all that, we have many creative and excellent, bright-minded students. So not just research and technology development, they care for other people. Sometimes I'm surprised how much they care about other people. So sometimes I respect them. And so looking at my students, I feel that the world is evolving. It can be more difficult compared to 20 years ago, but given in this situation, we are nurturing these talents with warm hearts who care about other people. And so I think that's kind of cool, and I respect my junior students. Okay, thank you. There are many comments, not just questions on the chat box, and they say thank you to you. Some of the comments I will read. Thank you for the warm lecture. I get the positive energy from the lecture. So you're practicing giving to others, so we have to create this virtuous circle about giving and taking. So can you provide us with some advice on how to do that? So as a dean of the computing school, I have chance to work with other outside organizations, businesses, and they want to cooperate with me, with us. And I suggested that we make a scholarship fund, not just based on academic merits, but on the basis of living conditions. But there were no applicants. So I was wondering why. So every time I went into the lecture, why aren't you making applications? And they surprisingly said that I am not making application for others who might be in a more difficult situation than me. So I would say, don't worry about it, go on and apply. So they didn't apply for that fund, scholarship fund. They instead went out to get a part-time job, and at school, they just studied coding and other things they love to study. So reaching out for the helping hand is not a shameful thing. So I'd like to say that it's okay to ask for help because you can help other people later on, but it takes courage. So you don't have to be ashamed to ask for help. The long life, you will have plenty of opportunities to give to others later on. You mentioned Sun Microsystems and you worked there for about 5 years and you're very excited about the work you're doing there. What motivated you to go to work with excitement, with joy? At Sun, I joined Sun Microsystems. That was a time when I was struggling with my work and life with my children, and I wasn't sure about what to do with my postgraduate degree. And I did assembly language, computer hardware, and no, nothing was particularly interesting to me. But at Sun Microsystems, the guy still makes this new programming language for scientists and engineers that really excited me and that felt really fascinating. And they were opening for a postdoctoral position. So I went there, went for it, and Guy Still and other renowned people were there. So for a month, it was a really, really hard time for me. Every week we had meetings. At Harvard, it was all one-on-one meetings, but it was all group meetings at Sun Microsystems. So for a month, I was I didn't know what I was doing. So the meetings and emails and all the communications. And after 1 month, I learned that they are pretty much repeating the same thing over and over again. So I instead shift focus to my strength. And I, as the youngest, was fearless and no one had any expectation on me. So I started to speak up and leadership just grows in me. And people gave me positive feedback. So I found it pretty fun. So 5 years later, I am back in KAIST. I thought hard about whether I should come back. And I talked to Guy, and he said, if you're here, you will miss Korea. And if you're in Korea, you'll miss here. But both are okay. So follow your heart. So I decided to come back to KAIST. And when I was leaving America, team members said, "Oh, what do we do without you?" And it's a very flattering thing to hear. So I am back in Korea, and I wanted to create this fun lab where everyone can have fun researching. Thank you. This will be the last question. It might be difficult to the icon of optimism. You said your students are your soulmates, and we totally agree, and we try to do the same as well. Have you ever had any students who let you down or who are disappointing to you? Yes, I have many actually. It's all a learning process. So in the beginning, we had many problems and blames for one another. But it's not just research lab. As I said before about the minority, sexual minority, and nothing is absolutely wrong or right. Even myself, I am sometimes disappointed with myself, and students will be similar, I guess. So remembering that we are one team is important. So our lab is popular, and but many drop out as well. So they come and they work with us, but then they quit and leave because everyone is different. So not as much as disappointment, but sometimes people will think and act different way than I would expect. So I think about that person more and what would be a better way to work with this person. So we have a meeting and we send emails, but that kind of protocol was just just removed, and then we just talk directly to each other.
Thank you. The time's up. No. And with the kind and warm heart, we were able to see the world in a warm heart because of your lecture. Thank you very much. So from from two, we'll be back. Sorry, I'm mistaken. From two, we'll be back with Professor Jaesik for the next lecture. Thank you. Okay. We will have the second lecture of the afternoon session. We are talking about various forms and shapes of failure. We will invite Jaesik Kwak, who is a professor, novelist, writer, and also a TV program programs. The programs no actor, and he's a KAIST alumni and professor of environmental safety engineering of Soongsil University, and also author of books called "I Really Want to Marry You," "Mosalgi," Aria of a Rabbit, and The Biggest Net. And he's also the authored several scientific books, including A Guide to Monster Science, Kwak Bacteria Expo, and The Periodic Table for Vacations. Also, he is make a regular appearance on NBC embarrassed TV programs like Late Night Ghost Series and also SB Power's Kim Kyoungchul's Power FM. I entered KAIST in 2000. I think those students at the KAIST, I think you're familiar where this is. This is a picture taken in front of the dormitory building. This is the my first year. So that was 22 years ago. Wow, almost 20 or more than 20 years have passed. Around April, I took this picture. I don't know, it's still true today. When you have a cherry blossoming season, students from high school or at the same clubs, it was a routine for us to take pictures. So we take pictures looking funny ways. I didn't have much friends back in university days. I didn't have any clubs, or I didn't have much high school alumni. So I didn't have not many friends, and maybe these four friends are the older friends I had back in my university days. And so we want to take pictures at the cherry blossom in days. And on our way to lecture, we had lecture around 9 o'clock. So we decided to take a picture before we leave the dormitory building for our lecture. So we took this picture around 2000 April. The person who's jumping on the left is Ms. To Haksa. Is working at the Defense Research Institute. The person who's bending his leg is a Dr. Kim. He used to work at a semiconductor company. He got scouted and moved to the US and worked at the US Semicon company. The guy in the third to the left, he studied nuclear engineering. Now he is running his own company. He runs his own startup. The person who's on the right is me, who's have a hands on me, is working in. He's a finalist. The person who's on the smiling on the right side is me. I was undergraduate and master's students at KAIST, and I started a job. Then I decided that I want to study more, so I got the doctorate degree at the Yonsei University. You can feel that I wandered and I could not find my proper ways in my life. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I feel like I could have lived better. No. But looking back, even though I wandered a lot, I could not find my proper way. But there are those people who have pity on me and who helped me a lot, and that was able to get me through all the difficulties. Anyway, today I want to talk about the failure episodes I had in my life. I had numerous failures and ups and downs in my life. I want to say it would be good to say that I've become really a good person, but it's not true. I'm just living my life more so not so badly. And the MC have introduced me as a professor, but there are many other good professors, and I am not. And there are well versed and who are really knowledgeable about their subject matters. And at an appearance, it seems like I studied in KAIST for a long time in the undergraduate school and master's program. It seems like I'm well versed in my major, but I'm not. Soongsil University and the department I'm working in, environmental engineering is a very small division. How I become the head of the division of the faculty? That is because there's only one professor, so I automatically become the dean of the faculty. Anyway, I'm a person who's teaching at a small university, so it seems like looking at the picture and comparing myself to my fellow friends, it seems like I'm not going that well, so successful as them. But yeah, anyway, so I don't need to go back and tell more about my story, but I want to talk to you, even though it's not organized, about my days at KAIST. I think the people who's listening and here, attending here, have more judges the situation better than me and more intelligent me. But if you just listen to my story, take a reference, and hope that you just enjoy what I'm saying. I entered the KAIST in 2000, and in 1999, I was a high school student, the last year of my high school student. I write a lot of novels, and some people say that you have people, when I write books, say that because I'm a high school graduate student, and I say that there's a scientific and feeling to my books and publications. But in the high school, I didn't major in the engineering or science. I took at the time it is divided whether you go for the liberal arts major or the language major or the science or engineer major, and I took the language and literature major. And back in late 1997, Korea was bailed out from the IMF. So it was a difficult time. Even though I loved the math and science, and I thought that it'd be better that I earn money, and rather than deciding to major in the liberal arts, I applied for the KAIST, and luckily I got admitted to the school. And happily, I studied my school days at KAIST. So I studied my undergraduate days without knowing much about what that involves. Do you know what that picture stands for? Is the molecular structure of the benzene. And if you are not so familiar with the chemistry, you will know this stands for benzene. And after now I know, because I majored in chemistry and engineering. But when I studied the university, I didn't know what this stands for and know nothing about chemistry. So studying well in the university was not easy for me, because I didn't have much background about chemistry. And the KAIST students, have a different, a very high level of understanding, and the professor level is very high, pretty well. So they have a very high level of lecture, and I couldn't understand what the teachers were saying. Yeah, and and I couldn't understand. I make head or tails of what teachers were saying or professors are saying. But when there was liberal arts subject, I was good at universities. But regarding my major, I was not so good. For 1.5 hours, it was a lecture time, and from the beginning of the lecture until the there was attendance roll call, I was clear what teachers were saying. And when professor started the lecture, I couldn't understand what they're highlighting, what they're telling me. And so it was all Greek to me at the time. The professors of KAIST, I assume that they are really good. These days, there's many English lectures. I mean, the lectures carried out in English. But back in my days, there was not many English lectures. But the students, but the professor at the time, even though they didn't teach in English, they use many English terminologies. And people, they use the code in the nationalist, and I don't know what that term referred to at the time. When I went to school, came to school, I had a kind of loyalty to the school. I had I want to put it in a positively. I had an high expectation about KAIST, and I wanted to do well in school. But when I listened to the lecture, it's a little bit shame to say this. When you go for a performance like opera, the first row is expensive and the back row seats is cheaper. When the professors give a good lecture, it's better that I should be at the front seat. So I was chose the seats on the rows that is most closest to the professor or the blackboard in the first or second semester of the first year. When you're listening to something that for 1.5 hours, something that you don't know, naturally you lose interest, and there are a lot of assignments and homeworks, and you feel worried because you don't know what to do, how you can handle it. And so when you when you have to handle the homework that you don't know, so if you're sleepy and you don't do it well. And now I know. And I don't know whether students would understand me well what I'm saying. But if students in the front row, fall asleep and doze off during class, the professor will be let down. Anyway, so that's how I spent my the college days. I was a quantum engineering major in the undergraduate, and till after that, I studied quantum chemistry for 17 years. After school days, I worked in the chemical country. Am I good at chemistry? No. I was like sleeping in classes, and the professor, come to his office after class. I know that you are having a hard time, but even if you go to sleep during class, please sleep in the back row where you can't. I cannot see you well. I was I was a little bit let down hearing that. Anyway, that was what happened. So I was not a very good student. My college scores was not that high. The first year was not good, but second year I caught up and I become the average students.
In my KAIST days, I found this picture from my freshman year. I was living in a dormitory. It doesn't look very good. Does not look very nice. That's how I lived. Looking back, I think the prominent emotions that I recall is being lonely. Strangely enough, I think I was very lonely. I don't know why, but I was always lonely. Structurally, if you think about it structurally, there were many students who graduated from engineering and science students, which I'm not. And these students come to school and they have many friends and they go along with their friends. And they have senior students who buy them food and be friendly and borrow things to them. So I look at them and I make friends myself. And then they become group. So that's what I observed with them. But not having graduated from the engineering high school, I did not have many friends. So it was difficult for me to make friends. I was shy to make friends with other people. No, I know I shouldn't have, but that was the way I felt back then with other students so close to each other. But I don't think it's the case now. But when I was an undergrad, when new students enter university, there's some kind of event for the new students, and they gather these new students in one place, and the senior students come and they put them in rows and they run they run around the campus to equip them with the strength or power to get through the university. But there were negative opinions on that practice. University students are grown-ups, and these kind of events were outdated, which made sense. But honestly speaking, today to you, I kind of envy them because they were close to each other. It meant they had somebody to care for them. But I didn't have that kind of relationships. So it was a hard time for me to study and to do assignments. And you have to take a rest, right? So on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, I didn't know what to do while taking a break. So I slept in my room. I played some computer games. I am very bad at games, so it wasn't fun for me. So that's why I didn't get into games at all. I'm very bad at playing gaming. So I played for 5 minutes and then stopped. And so I wander around the campus. So that's how I spend my weekends and days in KAIST. So I was physically tired. And when I was a sophomore and a junior, I got sick. So I managed to make some friends at the end. And I think it was in April. So these friends I made, I'm still close to them even now. So looking back, I adapted myself to the life in college, but I should tell you, it was not an easy journey. So I should say this. I was going to skip this part, but I have to say this. I think I'm twisted or not, but I regret this a lot looking back. And I'm very ashamed to say this, there were people that I just disliked for no reason. And not just in postgraduate school, but in the undergraduate program. I had many classmates. There are some faces you see everywhere you go, right? If you're in college, so you kind of know their names and their affiliation. So like the people that you roughly know. So among them, I had this person, and I hated this person for no reason. He and I never even talked. We had no personal relations at all, but I hated them. I hated him. And when we were lining up in cafeteria, and I just really hated that person. The way he dresses, the way he talks, and so I disliked him for no reason. So I think I was not of sound mind. Thinking back, there is no reason to dislike him, right? So I was kind of maybe sick inside. If you happen to hate somebody for no reason, then please look inside you. And let me continue on this later on. So I graduated and I went on to postgraduate school. I studied chemistry. I was in quantum chemistry research lab. My professor retired and the lab doesn't exist anymore, but I did a master's degree here at this lab. In this picture, I don't look very good, right? Looking back, I think I learned a lot of interesting things, but I really wasn't happy back then. It was not especially hard for me, but like thinking about your seniors, I had many good senior students who were kind to me, to teach me, and professor was never mean to me. But strangely, I was not satisfied, and I felt I was really unhappy. And postgraduate students were having the most difficult time in Korea, things like that. And looking back, when I was in the postgraduate school, what I found hard was that I am working very hard, but I wasn't sure what the use of it. I was studying quantum chemistry. It's a broad area. So people say that your problem is not bigger than others, but as a student majoring in quantum chemistry, maybe, for example, OLED, I was working on OLED. I got to know a little about OLED, and then you get this knowledge about this subject. But how many companies in Korea are there in Korea who make OLEDs? About a couple of businesses, and then they decided not to hire people anymore. Then there is no way for me to work in the field. So I was studying and I became this expert that I was thinking. Then I had no place, and there was no place for me to work. So I had this master's degree and a doctoral degree from this good university, but I was suddenly unemployed, and I was afraid. When I go home, my parents tried to encourage me. You're a good student who enter KAIST, and everything's gonna be all right. And then you come back home to your parents unemployed, and it will be a huge disappointment for your parents. So I was afraid of all that. That pressure was always with me. One of the shortfalls of postgrad schools is that you are surrounded by postgraduate students, the same students. the same sentiments. There is no bright energy or things like that. Kind of dark, grim reality. In master's degree, when things don't go so well, you can think that, oh, it was a great experience and move on. No, you can employ that kind of thinking, but when you are in the middle of the postgraduate program, it's hard to think like that. And you keep comparing yourself with more successful students, more successful colleagues. That guy is now employed. He's receiving this high salary. And what am I doing now? So I think it's kind of cultural thing in Korea. Up until high school, if you tend to think that if you're a good student and good you study well, then your life will be glorious with fame and money, and parents like encourage that kind of thinking, and they of course hope for the best for their children in Korea, but it's a cultural thing in the Korean society to value academic performance higher than anything else. But there is a mismatch between that and reality. Not everything to get employed, to make money, and to enter good school. So there were a lot of things that I didn't know as a postgrad. It's so easy for a postgraduate student to go astray. I think I was in the junior year in college. I thought the life was so dull, and one person who was 6 or 7 years older than me come to me and say, the college days are most fun. And then inside I was thinking, oh, it's all in the past for you, so it seemed fun. And he went on to say that the undergraduate days are most fun. Master's or doctoral days are not as fun. And I really strongly agree with him looking back. And if your senior students who graduated from postgraduate students would say that if you do research or you study, you have to do it in postgraduate school. That's the time to study. I didn't know that either back then. What my senior students were telling me did not relate it with me, did not resonate with me. And if you think about it, if you study in postgraduate school, then you learn things and it becomes your knowledge. You can use it to write papers, and it's going to be your asset that you can use in society down your career path. It accumulates, and but you graduate, you work in companies and do research in companies. Basically, you have to give what you know to the profit of the business. And you have to give out the asset, your asset to the business so they can make money, then they can generate profit. So they are quite different. You are studying and research may seem the same, but in postgraduate school and in working in companies, they're very different contexts. So what seemed to be a little nonsense when you're when you're in school, you will feel that it can be more true when you become employed in a large company, and you regret that you could have done more study or work when in school.
Yes, I hope that one, like two out of at least 2 out of 100 will feel this is relevant to you. And you say that's so. I spent my university days and postgraduate days not that well, and anyway I couldn't. Well, anyway, my first job was the employer was a research institute. It's a small research institute. And I earned only like 850,000 won per month, and the low, the minimum low wage is higher than that today. So it's violent in law. Anyway, I made a really small teeny money, and I feel really in despair and disappointed in myself. And I was put in a position where I compared with other friends. And my high school friends graduated in the liberal arts, and they had a higher expectation because I went to KAIST and would earn more money than them. But they are earning more money than me, and they were in a better employer than me. And when I mentioned the name of the research institute I worked at, they didn't know. And then, well, where are you working at? It was a small research firm. So I was like in despair, and I was worried whether my life is going well. And the problem I faced did not solve in one day. And that problem lasted for a long time. But time went by, but that was resolved gradually. And at the research institute, I studied the pure chemistry, and then I moved to the startup, and I moved step by step. And anyway, and my life got a little bit better. And it seems like the life, there's no like the breakthrough in life, and there was no, there is one day that your problem will be gone. Anyway, I lived day by day, barely lived by. But by working, and you remember that I said that there are students that I didn't know pretty much, but I hated without any reason. But I decided that I would not hate any person, and I mentioned about the loneliness in the school days. There's those students who enjoy their school life, but for me, I wasn't like that. I felt desolate, but I didn't have much friends, but I still have friends. And there was a good days and fun days in my school days. Looking back in my school days, it was not a matter of loneliness, but it's just that self-doubt or being not being kind to myself was the problem. And there are those people who hated me and trying to stand in my way. And in the university now, I realized that the people I met in the school days is a good people relative to people I met in my business days after I got job. And I felt that why I felt loneliness. I was around with the good people, and I tried to harm myself at the time. And compared to the people I face today in my workplace, the students I met, well, those people who will try to be around me, and they, of course, in my life, you cannot be free from loneliness, but the loneliness I felt in the university days is something bearable. And I mentioned that I wrote books. So let me talk about the writer's story. It's similar. In the high school, I mentioned that I studied the literary arts and language, but I decided to KAIST. But my hobby is watching movies, and also I love reading books and writing something, novels or essays. And I've been keep doing that even when I was in KAIST. For fun, I wrote books. In 2006, as a hobby, I wrote a book called a short novel called The Area of Rabbit. And it was online. And the producer of the NBC, the major broadcasting channel, saw this novel and contacted me, said that, we want to make a soap opera or make a TV program out of your novel. And now this, a producer become a very high person at this NBC, this satellite station, terrestrial or satellite station. So it was the first time that my book got well known, and I felt that I felt really proud, and that I felt proud that my life I will be successful as a novelist. And if I write my books, I will produce books on the bestsellers, and I can make a living just writing books. But it was just a dream, and that dream did not become a reality. Now it's 2022, and 16 years have passed since then. And I decided, and even if I have not given up writing books endlessly, but there are no bestsellers from the books I wrote. But I lasted still in 10 years in the writing a writer's business. But anyway, there's not so books that's so famous from out of my books. But I've been writing. Maybe I wrote about 30 books, and that those books that are quite successful, but they're not bestsellers. So that's how I lived my life as a writer. And this, so this shows that even if you write a book and sell a book, you don't make much money. And for a well-known, you earn only 1 million won for writing a book and selling a book, and you get a royalty. But if your book sells well, but it's not easy in Korean market for your book to be successful and become a bestseller. And if you want to earn 30 million won per year, you have to write 10 books. It's not easy. So to lead a life as a writer and make a living out of it. So my life, this is the first book I wrote. I really want to write this, but you can borrow this book from the KAIST library. I mentioned about my life, my love life. So my story so far is not organized. But what I can summarize for you is that it seems like even if you're undergraduate school or graduate school student, or even if you graduate from high school, it doesn't guarantee you success, and you will have a rosy life afterwards. But But if you lead your life well, and if you lead your school life well, I think you will learn the methods to stand well and face the difficulties well in your life. I think that is something you can learn from KAIST. Thank you very much for listening. So
thank you very much for that exciting lecture. It was a good information for us as KAISTians. If you have any questions for Dr. Kwak, please type them in the comment section, and so we can try and take up your questions. We have some questions for you in advance. As you work for a company, you also write books and you do research. It would not be easy to do all those things at the same time. And what was the motivation behind that? I started to write books. I briefly talked about that in my lecture earlier on because I had one rather successful book. So I got into that and I just never get out of it. And how can I do things that are not related to my job at work? So there is book. One of my books is titled is How to Write, and in that book introduces the way that I write. So to talk about that way that I do as a writer, if you have hobby or second job, to have one of those things, whether it's fishing or playing golf or musical instruments, it's not too much if you think about it. For example, like fishing, it takes a lot of time, money. You have to have this whole weekend for fishing. But compared to that, writing books, you can just spend 1 or 2 hours a day, and you just need a pen and a piece of paper. So it's not that difficult. It does not take much of time. Personally, I love to drink like alcohol back in my KAIST days, but I quit. I haven't drank for like 2 or 4 years now. So if you control like elements in your life well, then doing things beside your work can be rather easy. Thank you for your advice, and I follow your career and I cheer for you. And this is one of the comments. And you have a doctoral degree from chemistry department. You are an author of numerous books, one's about Monster, and deviating from your major. I wonder if you think that is a failure. Okay, major, you said major. What an amazing question. You are doomed to deviate from your major. It's inevitable. How nice it would be to live on what you learned from school, but you deviate. It's inevitable. You cannot just stick to your major for the rest of your life. Today, you see these numerous researchers who are talking about brain and economics at the same time, and finance and brain at the same time. So it's all disciplinary. And so deviation is inevitable, I would say. As a chemistry major, I continue with chemistry. So doing chemistry, I got interested in the relationship between environment and chemistry, and I had a lecture to give on that subject. So that's how I became this professor of environment and chemistry professor. And I'm also in the literature sector, which are more remote from my major. I think that actually helps me finding the material for writing happenings, I think things that happen in the chemistry world and things that happened at my work. So they complement each other. When I struggle to find an idea for the story, I get ideas from the other work that I am doing. So I go to work, go to company, and I get rewarded with money. I work and I earn money, and that gives me energy to go on. So let me say that your major is not everything. You are destined to deviate from your major, but it's not a bad thing. It can be a similar question. You were in liberal arts in high school, but then you you were in science and engineering in college. So your path has been kind of interesting, mixing those two different fields. Do you think that there were maybe wastes of time in your life? Yes, I do. I wasted a lot of time, and there were many meaningless moments. But looking back, I think it was fun and it was good in a way. You always think that, oh, you could have done this or you should have done that. If you change companies like 3 years, it would be better, but you never know. Theoretical interpretation gets stuck in global minimum, but you cannot find the optimal course in life. So thinking about that could be a waste of time. Of course, you should be thinking about that a little bit, but don't be hung up on that kind of thinking. And one of the things, this is just an idea from me to you. As I mentioned briefly, I'm a huge movie fan. As I said before, Hollywood movies. I love Hollywood movies, and I love lines and quotations from movies. And I was really fascinated with the lines from the movies. And I studied English just to watch movies. And one day I realized if I get better at speaking English, it will be of huge help in my life, even with science. If you go to seminars and overseas, and make presentations, if you are good at English, then you will make a better presenter. So I don't know, that just occurred to me then. So I started English very hard. I studied English for a long time, and it really paid off for me. Our company is working with this company in the US, and there are some issues, and they call me, please help us, Mr. Kwak. It wasn't a very good issue, but I get to show off my English skills and solve problems for them and get credit. So even if it's not your core ability, language skills can help. So if you are drawn or you're fascinated by something, then it's worth pursuing that. How about Chinese? I understand you study Chinese in college. Yes, it did help. Learning Chinese did help as well. And one last question is, students always are worried about this. Maybe you had a lot of worries about your career. So about career path, any advice for students about their career path? Okay, career advice. There's something I honestly, sincerely believe in, but it's very hard to put that into action. But this is my true belief. Let me tell you. I went through nonprofit, research institute, a startup, and big companies, home and abroad. So I have experience from different kind of organizations. I found what you do or what you are apt to do, of course, they're important, But more important than that is to have people to have fun with, who energize you, who do not stress you out, who make you happy, who can laugh with you. I think that's the most important thing, especially in your 20s and 30s. It helps a lot. You compare your success with your friends and colleagues. I don't know why we do that. Like you envy the success of others, but I don't think that's very important. Comparison with others is not a big variance in your life. How happy you are, how happy your life has been will be judged by whether you had these people who you can respect and who you can have good time with. So I think that's the single most important thing in your career path. So conversely, if you go to this big good company, but then people around you will not be nice to you, you don't get along, then it's meaningless. Then how do you know that in advance? I can't answer that. But if you can focus on those aspects, maybe you are better than me. Maybe it will be a good guideline for you to help you make career decisions.
Thank you for your lecture. So the students have to study very hard and have to chart their career path, and it was helpful to your lecture was helpful to designing that. So we'll be back around 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we are back. So this is the last series. That's a lecture of today's seminar. We had failure episodes shared by those in the engineering, but the last speaker is from the psychology. Professor Ko Ji-won Ho is Associate Professor of Psychology of Korea University. As been said by Professor Liu, she's a board member of Kakao Impact Foundation. She got the Young Investigation Awards and Korea Society of Human Brain Mapping. And she's authored a book called Even I Do Not Know Myself. Please welcome Professor He. Good to meet you. I am Ho Ji-yoon from Korea University. I had an experience visited KAIST almost like 20 years ago to study about the psychology. I do not make a lot of external lectures, but for the there's some exceptions. Those where when there's a department of psychology is not there, I go there. And for those in high danger of mental disorders, I go for lecture. And getting a lecture on the psychology helps you understand and look back into yourself well. I'm a clinical psychology specialist. I give treatments, and I also diagnose the mental state of those with the mental illness. And you may think that I'm a counselor. I am not a counselor for a general public, but I give a psychological treatment for those with a mental disorder. So the subject I'm going to cover could be somewhat heavy for you. Many of the previous speakers mentioned about warm stories from the positive perspective, but I give somewhat like the negative and more heavy subject. The professors at KAIST, I was interested in their mental state and mental health of them. I've heard a lot about that from the news. I studied teaching at the university, and my major is clinical psychology. Because of my major, many students come to me and try to talk to me about their problem. And I was wondering, as I listened to them, why are they talking to them? And I have low esteem and I'm depressed myself sometimes. And why are people saying that to me? Even myself, I sometimes feel blue. I done psychological treatments and I did a research. Recently, the trend of the recent paper that are published this are the mental diseases experienced by students. And before COVID, 1 out of 3 students got a mental state, and people want to be perfect. They have a high expectation about being perfect. And there's a positive side. If you want to be perfect, you can good stores and you can get success. You can get successful. But the downside of that is that if you are proficient, you have a fear of losing and failing. So let me talk about briefly about perfectionism. And having a theoretical knowledge about psychological problem helps you a lot. So you have to look at the origin of the problem you're facing right now. The professions have 6 dimensions. First is concern over mistakes. When you make a mistake, you are worried that your evaluation of yourself and your reputation will fall as a result. When you make a mistake, people will say bad things about you or evaluate you about you. But the professor in 2021, do you remember any of the students' mistake? Please give an examples about 5 mistakes committed by your students. And many of the teachers could not answer. They don't remember much. So they are not so to know much about others' mistakes. But you yourself believe that your reputation is really good, and you believe that your reputation get tarnished as a result of mistake. But that is not true. And another dimension about professionalism is that you have personal standards, but no one is interested but you. When you say that you want to run a journal at a famous trade paper or magazine, but it's not easy to achieve that. But you set your high personal standards. It's good to have a good high personal standards because it motivates you to work harder. But it will, if you have too high expectations about your personal standards, then meeting that matters too much to you and it stresses you. And third dimension of profession is parental expectations. And this happens because the parents are not so mature enough. There are, the professor is the only person in the family with a high school degree in the family, then what happens later is the imposter syndrome occurs. What that means is that why people, believe me if I say KAIST, when I become the professor, when I was a professor of the Chungan University students, and I said I'm a professor, and I told them, and I was wondering why people believe in me, what I'm saying. So this imposter syndrome, if you're the first person successful in your family, and when you're a female member of the family, then imposter syndrome happens because parents have a high expectations on you. But because the parents were not successful much, they have high expectations on you. But even if you have a lot of well-educated family members, they have high expectation on you too. In Korea, people that it takes for granted that the parents criticize their children, and when the parents provide you with the unacceptable environment for you and make about failure, then it's not good. When children makes mistakes, you have to tolerate it and say that, just accept it and move on. That's you should let that happen. That's how you nurture your children. But life is, has barriers, opportunities, and you have to let failure happens. And if you, in Korea, when you fail, you said, oh, it's okay, you can manage it. But when you're hearing that said by your parents, you feel that, let go, you feel that I'm not okay. Why are they saying that? So many of the Korean students are very sensitive what our parents are expecting from you. So in Korea believe that they solve the negative feelings of their children fast, and they trying to solve the problems of their children by themselves, and that's not good. If people fail, they have to have hard time, and they should be sad, and you should let your children feel that feeling and accept that feeling. If you don't let that happen, and that causes a problem later. What I'm saying today is about those who are having a severe mental issues. But so, of course, you have to accept the failures, but I won't cover that because the previous mentioned it. And there was the doubts about what you should be doing. And this, when they you have doubts about actions. So when you have achieved something, and when you doubt whether you can have the ability to achieve it. Yeah. And you just believe that you can do 70 or 8%, and then you have doubts about yourself. So you just narrow down the chances of what you can be able to do. Yeah. Yes. So you have first, you should have 102%. You should say that I can do it, and then you have to you have to reconcile with the reality and make adjust that goals based on the reality. But you have doubts whether even if you said so, but if you can do it, and then people will call me an imposter and you're a failure. And you may doubt about that. When I was chosen for the state-funded program, I doubted myself and I questioned whether I deserve to get that funding. So, but that was thinking about like that was wrong. It's not that you can do it, you can achieve something if you're in a position to be able to do that. If you set your limit by yourself, then it becomes your limit. This is not a fun episode. I've been working for a long time for a Korean University Hospital and Seoul National University Hospital, and the people in the mental hospital unit has a limited access. So those who went for a walk, sometimes they just run away from the hospital. The security guard, once they spotted those patients running away, they take the patients to our mental unit, because this they never escape through the main entrance, but they just casually say that with the patient's caution, they tell us that they go over the wall to escape from the hospital. So they don't have experience of escaping. So they could not dare to escape with the main entrance. If you let your parents down, if the time comes for you to not to fall short of the parental expectation, just say that you should take an action of let your boundary down, and I will go outside to the world that's bigger than this. Then that will make your self-efficacy higher, and that will reduce your self-doubt.
Next thing is organization, what to do by this time and setting deadlines. So you put high priority on method and structure and order. The problem is that professors usually don't like that. Professors are fond of steps and structures and sequence. So you can exercise your own insight to get around the limitation. It might feel very insecure, but I wish you had the courage to cross that line. Otherwise, it's very hard to get out of that perfectionism that is giving you the hard time. So make different attempts. So and find the best clothes that fit you best. So do it, try it, make attempts. So if you the method does not work out, it doesn't mean it's failure. And you learn something and you move on. So these perfectionist tendency can cause depression, self-unsureness, self-doubt, lower self-efficacy, self-esteem issues, alexithymia, and anhedonia, etc., etc. For example, alexithymia, you don't know the feelings that you are experiencing. So people with alexithymia, I would ask, were you angry? What were you feeling? What was your feeling back then? And they say that I'm not sure whether it was right for me to be angry in that situation. There is a internet community when many mothers in Korea gather and share their experiences, and they experience physical reactions like breathing faster and feeling exhausted. So you have to be sensitive about these physical symptoms to really know about your feelings, emotions. You felt like hopeless. You felt it was unfair. You have to be able to differentiate between these between different feelings, but you don't want to face them. Surprisingly, some data suggest that they are sensitive to other people's pain, but they don't want to face them. Because once you start recognizing your feelings, you will just collapse. Once you admit that you are you're having difficulties, so you suppress, so you try to process your emotions cognitively, believing that these emotions will eventually be good for you. So negative emotions, you have to embrace them. You have to acknowledge them. I know it's very hard to do, and I only become able to do this in recent years and share my emotions and describe my feelings to my family and friends. As a psychology professor, you might think that it's not difficult for me. So I too was not able to detect my feelings correctly, and we use propofol when studying alexithymia. And sleeping endoscopy therapy. One of the doctors used a recorder, and people cry out different things like democracy rules or I love you, honey, and things like that. And recorders are getting popular with people who receive sleeping endoscopy. And about 3 years ago, I was on propofol and I started crying really hard, and I couldn't calm down. And my husband thought I had cancer, and it turns out and this person was crying about something at the subconscious level, and she could not calm down, and people just thought that she might have a cancer or something. That was a turning point for me. I found I was in a difficult situation. I started to recognize that support system, we always talk about support system, but support system is not not a very theoretically special thing. It's just a group of people who are very who listen to you very attentively. So you can describe your emotions. It takes practice to be able to describe and enunciate your emotions and feelings. You have to get over that thinking that talking about my feelings will be very tiring for people. Instead, you should be able to say that, please give me 20 to 30 minutes. Please listen to my story. I have to tell you something. So you have to express these emotions and feelings in a very organized setting without crying or without yelling. If you burst into anger, your anger can be deepened. So you have to have this clean or organized setting in which you can describe your feelings and emotions. So it's a long story, so I'll continue on that later on. In Korea, you you want to avoid causing trouble to others. It's very specific to the Korean culture. Like even being good to your parents, good child. So there is this very strong bond between children and their parents. And that bond causes sometimes inconvenience and trouble to each other. And you don't want to cause trouble to your professor, but stop trying to avoid causing trouble to other people. Just embrace that you can be a trouble to other people. And conversely, if some people cause trouble to you, then you can be accepting to the trouble they're causing you. So let me put it this way. So you should be able to detect and express your emotions in your support system, not just to anyone. It's better to do it in your support system, in group. For example, your professor. If you talk about your feelings to your professors, professor at KAIST alike, a professor will be puzzled when you talk about your feelings to them, because academic advisors are supposed to play a certain role. So you should think carefully about who can listen to your listen to you. And damaged self-esteem is another issue. You have this perfectionist expectations, and it creates this ideal self, which is far from the actual self. In the case of self-esteem in psychology, American psychologists said that there's ambition and there is achievement. And if ambition is too big and achievement is too small, there is a gap and the self-esteem gets lower and lower. So you should decide whether you should grow the achievement or reduce the ambition. It's your choice. You might think that the professor next door comes out with this great research outcome every day, but I am not. So you start comparing. So you aim to publish a paper in CNS. That's because you have too much confidence. So you think you have to go study at this prestigious university. So you set higher and higher standards about yourself. Well, it's natural that other people can publish papers in CNS journals, especially, but this kind of thinking can easily occur because of the external environments, the external self-esteem gets lower and lower. People think that, oh, you might be in a difficult situation. You compare yourself with others, and they know that, and they see that, and they seem to understand that, but the other people at the same time gets higher and higher in their own self-esteem. And you think that every time you fail, and people sympathize and people try to comfort you, offering good comments, positive comments, and then the internal self-esteem gets higher and higher in a strange way. You think that the failure will pay off later on. It will be SF for your success later on. So, but when that goes on, the possibility of self-harm and suicide, eating disorder gets bigger because there are so many elements that are not controllable, and someday it should become overwhelming for you. So when you reach that point, there is no choice left but things like self-harm and suicide are extreme measures. There is a book. In the book, it says if you keep thinking, repeatedly think about this image that you're aspiring to, then it will become a reality. And we did conduct a research on that, and we found out that people believing that kind of notion does not make efforts in reality. They are detached from reality. They don't think about their priorities, and they just they tend to be submissive to others, professors or senior students and successful juniors even. So they are very passive, and they praise others and kind of submissive. In clinical psychology, we regard no, we don't like that kind of tendency. We don't think they are loyal. We instead think that they have much anger inside them. So trying to make others happy is not a good sign in terms of self-esteem. Because you have low self-esteem, you are overly humble to defend yourself, defend your self-esteem, which is already low. And there is this one, anhedonia, which means the inability to feel pleasure during pleasurable activities one used to be able to enjoy. Many people experience this state, actually. There's a neurology at work here. The brain refused to feel pleasure. There is medicine, treatment, and sometimes I give patients to keep a journal. The gratitude diary helps, but according to research, it does not help so well because there are not much in life that you are grateful for. So if you are forced to be grateful for things, then it can be hard. The pleasure circuit should be back in motion through medication or exercise. Exercise can be hard, I know, but somehow you should exercise. Once you develop anhedonia, it has a significant long-term impact. So it should be contained at the outset, at the onset. The only way is to create another path, neural path, exercise and drinking coffee. and taking a warm bath, not shower, but bath. And if you lonely people tend to take longer bath, according to research, to fill the emotional void with the physical warmth. So bathtub helps, and looking at cute pictures also helps, according to research, and hugs are good. So take 10 to 15 minutes every day if you find lonely people around you, to hug them. So make the list of things that make you happy. I highly recommend that. And some other ways, so over
Medications, medications, treatments and I asked the professor, which student you hate most, and he mentioned that some students who give excuse is someone I hate most. And don't try to be loved by your guiding professor, and don't make excuse. And when something happens, you check why it happened, and think about, and you should have do not give excuse, but find a solution, and also what's the alternative you're going to pursue should be found, and present that first. And when you give the alternative or solution, the professor will sigh upon hearing that, and say that, okay, try to work on that, or let's find other solution. When you give the excuse, try to give an excuse. Some patients, they go through some treatments and say that, I had a heavy drink last night, and it's not that I could not do it, but it's because it's not that I'm not being able to do it. And the people are giving this kind of excuse because they was ashamed that they cannot do it, and they don't want other people see that they can't do it. So they have to have an attitude that, if you can't do it, just feeling shame is okay. Just feel that, feel the shame, but trying to find the problem, solution to the problem matters more. And those who give an excuse has a more high intelligence, but they are, though they are intelligent, but they don't want to show their low, tarnished self-esteem, and so that's why they're taking that attitude. So, and make sure that you don't repeat them as make an excuse, and you have to find a ways to find a solution. And if someone say like something like neutral, but you still be angry, and you become really independent, then that's not good, and that shows that your self-esteem is very low. So please don't act like that. That is evident to others, and people don't show that they know it. Trying to not, so don't be so not be angry to everyone, and I was like that before, but you should be trying not to be so like edgy to everyone, and do not judge others. Just accept that, just accept it, and don't need to judge others knowingly or unknowingly. If you judge others, it kind of, if there is a university, and that university is not good anymore, and if you judge others, and it will backfire and come to you. You never know. even if you go to that university that seems not good, that university can become better, and you never know. So it is not a scientific approach to be able to judge others. If we have, for the intelligence test, IQ test, we have a standard deviation of 50%, and 85% will be in the middle range. So 85% is in the median range, and if and 4 out of 100 are in their mental disorders. Or 1 out of 33 have a mental disorder in the world. If there are like 25 students in class, 1 out of them it has a mental disorder, but people tend to ignore that and not admit that, and just believe that this mental retarded person is not working hard. And these people sometimes experience like lead poisoning, and that happened accidentally because that person lived close by to the factory that produces the lead, but that person their efforts can get you to some extent, but it cannot get you to everything that you want. So if you criticize others and judge others, that backfires and that comes back to you. So I have difficult. If you make fun of other person and criticize person, is good. And if there is person loser and there is a winner, the TV programs jokingly portray those kind of people, but that you can just take it lightly. But sometimes it kind of makes you judge people. You never know, you will become a loser, and also you're an outsider or the minority. So it's important that never judge others. If you have mental difficulties, you have to look back and examine why you're in difficulties. For example, when your paper was not admitted while you expected to pass and become accepted, then if you failed, your paper failed, then you have to ask question why it failed and what went wrong, and you have to keep asking questions and drill down, and in the end you will see what values are there, and you can decide what are the priority of the values. So for example, if this paper is accepted, then I can like connect with the people in the school. That means that you value a relationship. So being failed does not mean that you have to believe that you failed everything, but you have to look at what are the causes of this failure and question what values you put in, and then decide. Then if you decide what values you cherish most, then for example, if you value the recreation, and then you will find a way to like what I can do to make up for this mistake or failure. For example, if I lose my job and if I'm failing, it's painful, and then I cannot get along with my friends and be my friends, then that means that tells you that you value the relationship. Then you should find a bypass. For example, you can go to the volunteer activities and find ways to build your relationship. And through the failure, in the meantime, you become a deep person. You can look into yourself and you can find the weaknesses in yourself, and also you can find what you can work on. Of course, there's a good experience. Of course, failure is something that you should embrace. But if you failed, there's some meaning you can find from it. If there's something that is inevitable, then you have to accept it.
So you have to accept things that you cannot change. Acceptance, let me talk about acceptance. If you feel, I have a little bit of depression, as I mentioned before. In middle school, I wake up in the morning, I say, why am I not dead? So that's what I would do in my high school days. And in my early 30s, when negative emotions hit me, I just thought that how can you be so depressed? You're such a good situation. So I denied my emotions. So, but I came to realize that depression is my part of my life. So somebody said to me, I want to overcome my depression. I used to say, okay, let's overcome it. But now I say that overcome not depression is not something to be overcome. If you're lonely, you will get lonelier next year. You will get sicker next year. You will get older, but that's all part of your life. I say. We compare it to chess. I myself is a chess board, and there are white and black horses. White horses, positive emotions, and black negative emotions. You always think that white horses should win, but black horses should lose. But black horses are also in your life. Sometimes the black horses win, sometimes the white horses win, but you should remember that you are not the horses, you are the chessboard. So whatever hits you in life, you just you have to just know that it hit you. So you get through failures. The consequences will be big and small. But what you need to do is to detect that they come. So you have to live with depression in a good way, and you should be nice and treat yourself with respect. Sometimes say if you are you might think yourself as an underachiever or failure, but that's an arrogant kind of thinking. What is a failed life? For example, there is one person, very smart, strong physical body in the remote village in the mountains, and he spent his whole life farming this small land. He wakes up in the morning at the same exact time every morning, and he cooks for himself, and he brew teas for himself, and then at the exact same time he goes to sleep looking at the stars. Is it a failed life? Is his life a failure? No, because he did his best with his life, and he couldn't have done it any differently if he goes back. If you can turn back time 1 year, I don't think you should change anything because you already lived your life with your best. And do not label that failure. It's an arrogant kind of thinking because bigger failures might be in the store in the future. So is my life failure? Has it been a failure? It's a question for deathbed. You never know now. And one of the most serious things would be regarding achievement. But achievement is just a small part of me and my life. Although my paper has just been rejected, but I am the person who loves coffee and who has this hobby and who has this wonderful friends. And I survived the abuse of the family. So you have to collect these stories about you. So if you lose one of the 1,000 stories in your life, you're okay because you have this 999 stories left. You don't have to cry over the one lost story because you miss out on that 999 stories. So you have to focus on the rest of the stories. So that's going to do it for my presentation today. I hope it was helpful to you. So I'm happy to take questions now. Thank you. So how to respond to failure and hardships internally was a topic of the presentation. And thank you for your insight. There are rather many questions. This is the one we received in advance. People who experience failure and success, they get resilient and they get self-confidence, but repeated failures can break you really mentally and physically. So how do you deal with that kind of situation? Functional loss, if you experience any functional loss, like meeting people, academic performance, if there are signs of functional diminishing, you should go to a psychology clinic and ask for professional help. So to identify the condition, assess your condition objectively and objectively. Resilience does not, when we talk about resilience, depression, there are many levels of depression. And the resilience is how fast you can recover. For example, it used to take 3 days for me to recover, but it takes a whole month, and this can be a risky sign. So I recommend that you go to clinic and seek professional advice. Even if I don't know myself, should I try to know myself better, or should I accept the fact that I don't know myself? If I do want to know myself, how do I do that? I'm sure you read the book. That's my book. I'm actually very proud of that book. I'm not saying you should buy it, but maybe you can find it in libraries and things. If you about yourself, about knowing yourself, I don't think there's any way to know better about yourself. That is why there are so much immature psychology professors in the world. So what you should know is your emotions and the messages they send you. If you're angry, why you're angry. If you're sad, why you're sad. So you should be able to read and listen to your emotions. Then you will get to see yourself, your weakness, vulnerabilities. I think this person has an experience of failures. Sometimes I feel exhausted and I'm talented for nothing. So but I try to be optimistic. So I keep on trying to be optimistic. Thinking positively does help to some degree, like religion. If you have religion, there's a research that the suicide rate comes down. So it does help. So as I said before, if you feel like you failed at something right now, for example, an elevator door closed right in front of me, every time things like that happen, you get stressed. And they try to think that maybe there are people that I really don't want to see in the elevator. So when you don't get the result that you want to, You just think that it's not meant to be. Like it was initially bad for me. So, that kind of thinking
So
can help.
one question from the floor. You mentioned about it's not a trend these days. So is that an academic trend or the practical trend? Yes, it's a psychological treatment trend and academic trends. So there has been efforts that you compartmentalize the mental illness and try to figure out what other problem is. But that approach has a limited effects. I mean, you can that you can solve through that approach, but there are other areas that you have to accept it, and that is the way to solve the problem. For example, if when I send an SOS that I had a young difficult childhood. If you have an invalidating environment, then you have a self-doubt about yourself when you grow up. So if you experience that, then the people around that person have to say that it's okay to feel that way. But it's natural that you feel difficulties, but you feel pain. But when we train the patients like that, acknowledging their pain help them to relieve their the stress. You mentioned about your personal experience during the lecture. What's your life motto? Be or whatever is my motto in life. Sometimes you get criticized and you get people say bad about you, but I did my best. I did what I could do. Okay, it's like and let it go. So so when I don't have an internal enemy, then there is no external enemy that will harm you. That was the African proverb I will like a lot. Of course, frankly speaking, you don't need to be the best all the time. But if you did everything, but the result turned out to be not what you expected, and people criticize you, then you just have to accept it and say that, oh, whatever. And you don't need to feel like really anxious and feel nervous. And of course, at the time when I had, difficulties past, and I prayed during the nights, but anyway, you have to live like, whatever. Okay, time's up. It's almost the end of the seminar. We had some advice from the psychology specialist on how you can have a strong mentality against the difficulties. Thank you for listening to my lecture. So the programs we have prepared are finished now. We started from 10 o'clock this morning and now it's almost 4 o'clock. We invited various speakers from various walks of life and we had a time walking back and look at what are the failures and what are their failure stories. After this lecture, I hope that your view on lecture has changed positively. So the program we have prepared for you is all completed. We will have the next seminar in the next time, in the next semester. Thank you.